Chapter 2670. Just as the experts of the desolate country were waiting for Du Xiaofu outside the ancestral shrine, some changes suddenly occurred in this world. On this day, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The sky was clear and blue, clean and azure. Chi la! But suddenly an extremely terrifying crack spread out in the sky, spanning millions of miles. Within it, there was a strange aura erupting. It was like a surging wave, crashing into the wilderness. This strange aura was completely different from this world. It had an extremely dense spiritual energy fluctuation, as if it was emitted by a demon god. While it made people feel comfortable, they could not help but feel reverence. An expert has descended into this world. After Fu Yibai and the other four left, as the only heavenly saint expert in this world, little Xingxing naturally discovered this fluctuation immediately. After that, Du Xiaojiu, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaoba, and the others quickly discovered it as well. Not only them, but an entire Kyushu domain of the 3 continents. As long as one had reached the heavenly saint realm or above, they quickly learned of this situation. A spatial crack. This aura is very similar to when the ancient emperor left. Has an expert from the outside world come? In the ancient wilderness continent, the old emperor stood with one hand behind his back in the human race's divine palace. He looked at the huge spatial crack high in the sky and murmured. In the Beast Alliance's Beast King mountain range, many experts of the Bai Fong divine bird clan stood in the air and quietly looked at the scene in the sky. To the people of the ancient wilderness continent, they had seen such an aura before. Therefore, they guessed that an expert had descended into this world. Rumble. With the appearance of the spatial crack, large amounts of yin and yang qi rippled out in the sky. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, rumbling and emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Boundless and vast aura surged and directly connected to the ground, causing the world to tremble. Some of the ordinary people who did not have any cultivation started to panic when they saw this scene. There were even some children who burst into tears in an instant, feeling extremely scared. Although this situation couldn't compare to the great calamity of the devil religion, it was still shocking enough on a normal day. I wonder who it is that came with such great fanfare. They don't know how to restrain themselves at all. This is much more impressive than the commotion caused by Fu Yibai and the others when they left. Outside the ancestral hall of the Du family, Du Xiaoyao curled her lips and said, her eyes shining with golden light. When Fu Yibai's group of 5 left, they created powerful ripples, but it was only sensed by the people in the desolate country. At this moment, the spatial crack in the sky was extraordinarily large. The surging yin and yang qis made the weaker living beings panic. Perhaps all the living beings in this realm, no matter where they were, could clearly sense this scene. I don't care who he is, as long as he doesn't disturb us. Du Yunlong sat cross-legged on the ground and didn't move. If he dares to strut around in my desolate country, no matter who he is, I'll make sure he won't be able to return. Beside Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling's cold face suddenly emitted an intense killing intent. The great calamity of the devil religion had just passed not long ago. Those people probably didn't descend to this realm to play. Now that Du Xiaofu was at a crucial moment, the consequences would be too severe if he was disturbed by them. As the leader of the 18 heavenly generals, Yi Piaoling absolutely could not tolerate such a situation. They should be people from the 33 heavens. I just don't know what their goal is for coming at this time. Du Xiaojing added from the side, a trace of worry brewing in her beautiful eyes. After all, if the people who came were too powerful, it would be difficult for them to deal with them. However, no one was overly worried. No matter what, the world of this realm was suppressed. Even if the lords of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god came, they could only display strength surpassing the heavenly saint realm. If it were an ordinary person, being suppressed to the heavenly saint realm was already good enough. If that was the case, although the desolate country would have a hard time dealing with it, it would definitely not be at the mercy of others. Who cares what they do, as long as they don't provoke us? Right now, I don't have the time to care about those people. Little Xing raised his eyelids and said. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. To the people present, there was nothing more important than Du Xiaofu's situation. No matter who came from the outside world, as long as they didn't come to the desolate country to cause trouble, they would let them be. Just as the people of the desolate country were talking, the huge spatial crack high in the sky changed again. Rays of light flashed, and dozens of figures appeared one after another, entering the space. Huff, huff, huff! Just as the dozens of people stepped out of the spatial crack, it emitted a strong fluctuation and slowly converged, about to close. However, before it could completely close, there was a ripping sound in the distance, and the spatial crack burst open again. Violent chi leaked out, enshrouding heaven and earth. Ripping, just as the second crack appeared, a third one appeared, drawing a long hole in the sky. It was like the huge mouth of a demon god, ferocious and terrifying. Dozens of figures shot out from the second and third cracks, and they truly stepped into this world. Gong Sun Quan, Su Qixing, your family and your family are here too. Among the dozens of people who walked out of the first crack, a middle-aged man with a broad head said to the two people who walked out of the second and third cracks. The middle-aged man stood in front of the dozens of people, and it seemed like he was the leader. Qin Yuanshang, if your legalism is here, why can't my family come? In the second group, a man in his 40s said disdainfully. The man's expression was cold, and his brows were slightly furrowed. He was the Gong Sun Quan that the first person had mentioned. Haha, you've just arrived in this world, and you want to compete? If you don't mind, I'll be happy to be your judge. In front of the dozens of people on the other side, the person called Su Qixing laughed and said. He was an extremely fat man. Just by standing there, he was like a ball of meat emitting a heavy aura. The fat man smiled, but his small eyes shot out light from time to time. He was like a poisonous snake, ready to attack at any time. We have a heavy responsibility on this trip. When we're done, we'll definitely go and ask for advice. Gong Sun Quan glanced at Qin Yuanshang and said indifferently, although the creatures in this world are much stronger than the other small worlds, they're still too weak compared to the 33 heavens. Is being sent here to rebuild the foundation of my legalism a heavy responsibility? I think it's more like being exiled. Qin Yuanshang's brows rose with a gloomy expression. Obviously, being sent to this world made him very dissatisfied. Hearing this, Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing nodded slightly. At the same time, the three of them scanned many places in this world with the power of their primordial spirits, spying on the traces left behind by the great calamity. This world is not weak. From my observation, there are many experts. Using the realm of their world to measure, it should be called the Saint Realm. After a long while, Su Qixing said thoughtfully, under his perception, there were many vast and deep auras that were not much weaker than his. If we hadn't been suppressed immediately when we came to this world, their Saint Realm would be nothing. They're just trash that can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. Qin Yuanshang said disdainfully, as if he didn't care about the cultivation of the creatures in this world. Their Saint Realm is also divided into strong and weak. Although we're suppressed, at least we still have the strength of the Saint Realm perfection. In this world, there should be such cultivators, but there definitely aren't many of them. Gong Sun Quan of the School of Vertical and Horizontal said, his gaze sweeping across the various places under his feet. I really don't know how such a world could escape the great calamity brought by the demon god. How did they do it? Su Qixing of the School of Famous was a little puzzled. He frowned and said thoughtfully, what's so strange about this? Someone arranged it many years ago. With the help of that Lu. With the help of those two people, if this world can't fight against the demon god, then it deserves to be reduced to a demon's domain. Qin Yuanshang said, pausing in the middle. It seemed that he had some scruples about those two people, and was unwilling to mention their actual names. In fact, when he said this, many people, including Su Qixing, Gong Sun Quan, and the dozens of experts behind the three of them, were stunned, as if they were extremely afraid. Previously, I received news from people in this world that there's a force called the Desolate Country in this world. It's very powerful. I wonder how many experts are left after the battle with the demon god. After a while, Su Qixing spoke again. I also heard that the rock emperor of the Desolate Country, known as the demon king Du Xiaofu, is young, but his cultivation is not weak. It seems that there's a lot of conflict between our legalism and him. Qin Yuanshang said, "It's not just legalism. Our school of famous and your school of vertical and horizontal have deep hatred for that kid. I really want to go to the Desolate Country and see the true face of that demon king Du Xiaofu. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms and how many moves he can take." As Gong Sun Quan spoke, he retracted his gaze from Su Qixing. The gloomy expression on his face deepened. However, his tone was a little flat. His focus was on the demon king Du Xiaofu, and he was not interested in how many people from his family had died at the hands of the other party. That Du Xiaofu must have been arranged by that person. I'm afraid his strength is not to be underestimated. We're new here, so it's better for us to keep a low profile. Once we understand the specific situation, we'll make plans for the next step. Su Qixing of the School of Vertical and Horizontal was very cautious as he spoke softly. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. That demon king, Du Xiaofu, was able to stand at the top of this world, and was also the person chosen by that person. He must have his own extraordinary qualities. It would not be easy to deal with him if they provoked him. As the 3 of them spoke, they led the people behind them and descended from the void. The 3 spatial rifts that occupied the sky had already closed. However, right after they descended to midair, before they could even reach the ground, the sky above them began to crack again. Chi, 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 spatial rifts spread, and the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. However, the commotion caused by this scene was much, much smaller than the commotion caused by the 3 people's arrival earlier. The crack appeared suddenly, but it quickly disappeared, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, a large number of people walked out from each of the rifts. Haha, I didn't expect such a coincidence. The School of Agriculture, School of Confucianism, School of Taoism, School of Yin-Yang, School of Buddhism, and School of Moism are all here. Seeing the appearance of these people, Su Qixing laughed and said again, "Amitabha." Among the several forces, there was a group of bald monks. An old monk among them chanted the name of Buddha loudly, but he did not respond to Su Qixing's words. Haha, legalism, school of thought, school of martial arts, you're one step faster than others. Among the people who came, a scholarly man holding a feather fan chuckled and said, "Indeed, we're fast enough. We broke through the void and seemed to have noticed a huge commotion. Why, did you come to this world to show off your power?" A hale and hearty old man in a Taoist robe said. As he spoke, he kept stroking the slender beard under his chin. "I heard that the 3 of you were beaten up badly in this world. This time, you brought so many people. Don't tell me you're here to get beaten up again?" On the other side, another young man with eyes as bright as stars raised his eyebrows and said. The way he looked at Qin Yuanshang, Gong Sun Quan, and Su Qixing seemed to have some pity or ridicule in his eyes. "Sun Yufeng, Qian Shuzi, Qi Xinglang, what's the meaning of this? If you want to fight, I, Qin Yuanshang, will accompany you at any time." The legalism Qin Yuanshang could not help but shout as he pointed at the 3 people who had spoken before. Hearing this, Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing's faces darkened at the same time. Although they did not care about the life and death of the people of the branch families in this world, when the 3 people mentioned it, it was like a slap to their faces. Do you think we're afraid of you? It just so happens that the person who beat you has a good relationship with the branch families of our Confucianism in this world. If you want to show off your power here, I don't mind helping him to teach you a lesson." The scholarly man waved the feather fan in his hand a few times and then said with a cold snort, "He was Sun Yufeng, whom Qin Yuanshang mentioned. That's right. Du Xiaofu has a good relationship with our school of Taoism. This time, we're planning to go back and meet him. Why don't we teach you a lesson first? I think he'll like this meeting gift." Qian Shuzi of the school of Taoism also said with a smile, looking unfathomable, "Needless to say, the school of Yinyang. I heard that one of the most talented girls in our family was taken away by Du Xiaofu. I'm also very interested in him and want to give him a gift before we meet. It's a good idea to beat you black and blue and hand you to him." Qi Xinglong of the school of Yinyang said with a smile that, "If you want to fight, can the school of agriculture also join in? The more the merrier." In the camp of the school of agriculture, there was a young man who could not help but interject weakly in the face of the confrontation between the legalism, the school of Yinyang, and the school of Taoism. The young man's face flushed red, as if he was very shy in front of these older generation experts and was too embarrassed to speak loudly. The school of Mo would also like to join in this fun. What do you think? In the school of Mo, a burly man suddenly took out a large saber and weighed it in his hand and said, "Of course, you're welcome to join in the fun. I wonder which side do you two want to stand on?" Qi Xinglong cupped his hands and asked the young man and the burly man with a smile. However, from his smile, it seemed like he had a card up his sleeve. "Well, our farmer's branch family has a very good relationship with the great rock emperor. Of course, the more friends we have, the better. Although we came from the main family, it's best if we can continue this friendship. We can't disgrace the branch family." The young man named Zhou Qinglian blushed and said with a dry smile after bowing to Qi Xinglong, "The same goes for the school of Mo." The large saber in Hu Sandao's hand trembled slightly as he snorted. "If you want to fight, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Let's forget about it today. We still have important matters to attend to. Moreover, everyone's strength is suppressed in this realm. We can't do anything at all. We'll settle this in the future." Su Qixing of the school of vertical and horizontal narrowed his small eyes. His tone was very calm, but there was an extreme coldness in his words. He wasn't stupid. The school of Confucianism, the school of Taoism, the school of Yinyang, the school of agriculture, and the school of Mo had all expressed their opinions. Only the school of Buddhism stood aside and didn't say anything. The school of legalism, the school of famous names, and the school of vertical and horizontal combined were no match for the other five. Everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the peak of the saint realm consummate, so there wasn't much difference in their strength. If they were to fight now, it would be 3 against 5. It would be no different from asking for a beating. The school of famous names will remember what happened today. Gongsun Quan of the school of famous names snorted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, a tyrannical force swept out, enveloping the dozens of people behind him and quickly leaving. "Everyone, it's a small world. We'll meet again someday. Let's go." Qin Yuanshang was the first to move. He led the school of legalism and left. "We're leaving too." Su Qixing stared at Sun Yufeng, Qian Shuzi, Qi Xinglong, Zhou Qinglian, and Hu Sandao with a venomous gaze. Then he led the school of vertical and horizontal and broke through the void and left. Sun Yufeng of the school of Confucianism looked at the three leaving and suddenly laughed. "Scholars are indeed full of evil tricks." Qian Shuzi of the school of Taoism said with a smile, "If you're not evil, how can you establish yourself in the 33 heavens? Speaking of which, you're not any better." Sun Yufeng smiled slightly and said softly, "Everyone, let's go. After we're done with this, we'll go to the desolate nation to take a look. I'm very curious about that kid. Qi Xinglong of the school of Yinyang said. Then he cupped his hands at the others. He raised his sleeve and scattered starlight that covered the sky, covering the people behind him. When the starlight disappeared, the dozens of people were also gone. Chapter 2671. The experts of the 9 great clans had arrived in this realm. After a round of confrontation, they all left to find their own branch families. When they arrived in this realm, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to a certain extent. The leaders could only have the strength of an ordinary saint realm consummate. Therefore, after the arrival of the 9 great clans, their every move did not escape the senses of little Xingxing, a heavenly saint expert. The scene of Confucianism, the school of agriculture, the school of Moism, the school of Yinyang, and the school of Taoism joining forces to challenge legalism. The school of famers and the school of vertical and horizontal made little Xingxing smile. Those people might be considered experts in the outside world, but after being suppressed in this realm, compared to Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, and the others of the desolate country, they were not enough. Therefore, the 10 or so heavenly saints and half-step heavenly saints of the desolate country had been sitting cross-legged outside the ancestral hall of the Du family, silently guarding Du Xiaofu. As long as the people of legalism, the school of famers, and the school of vertical and horizontal did not come looking for trouble, they would be happy to have peace and would not take the initiative to look for trouble. After all, the grudges were over. Those 3 families had also contributed in the great calamity and had suffered heavy losses. As long as the other party did not come looking for trouble, what harm was there in letting bygones be bygones? However, the actual situation was very different from what little Xingxing and the others had expected. At this time, Qin Yuanshang and dozens of people had already arrived in the legalism branch. The branch family of legalism in this realm only had dozens of people left. Faced with the arrival of a large group of experts, these people all knelt on the ground in fear and excitement, respectfully welcoming the experts of the main family. I am Han Song, leading the branch family of legalism to welcome the divine ancestors. On the ground, an old man with a white beard said respectfully to Qin Yuanshang and the others, his face almost touching the ground, "Divine ancestor? Huh." After hearing this name, Qin Yuanshang was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed strangely. He couldn't help but sigh at the narrow-mindedness of the creatures of this world. In their eyes, the strongest was only the saint realm. Whether it was the initial stage of the saint realm or the heavenly saint realm, these people all called them divine ancestors. But in truth, with Qin Yuanshang's true strength in the 33 heavens, he was far stronger than the heavenly saints of this world. "Get up," Qin Yuanshang said indifferently. He glanced at the old man and knew that he was a cultivator of the one martial domain realm. Among the dozens of survivors of the legalism, he was the strongest. "Thank you, holy ancestor." After the old man who called himself Han Song thanked him, he stood up with the dozens of people behind him. So weak? According to the level of this realm, there isn't even a single saint realm expert. Qin Yuanshang quickly discovered that among the dozens of people kneeling in front of him, other than the old man, there were only 2 other people in the martial domain realm. The rest were even weaker. This caused him to frown slightly, and he seemed to be slightly stunned. Logically speaking, this world was very special. Although it couldn't be compared to the 33 heavens, it should be much stronger than the other small worlds. With the foundation of the legalism in this world, there should be at least dozens of saint realm cultivators. But now, there wasn't even a single saint realm expert, let alone someone stronger. Are you the only ones left of the legalism branch? Facing the old man Han Song, Qin Yuanshang walked into the legalism with his hands behind his back. As he walked, he asked without looking back, "Divine ancestor, these are the only ones left. Too many died in the great calamity of the devil religion. In addition, most of them were." Han Song replied, but in the end he couldn't continue, as if he was afraid of something. "By what? If you have something to say, say it." Don't hesitate. Next to Qin Yuanshang, a young man who also came from the upper realm glared at Han Song and shouted angrily. He was very unhappy. Han Song was immediately shocked. He was intimidated by the other party's fierce aura, and beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He trembled and stammered. Because of the great calamity of the devil religion, most of the legalism refused to fight, and they were all killed by the Rock Emperor. What? Qin Yuanshang's voice suddenly became sharper. He said in great surprise, "You mean most of them didn't die because of the great calamity of the devil religion, but died at the hands of Du Xiaofu?" Yes, yes. Han Song bowed, thought for a moment, and replied, "The Rock Emperor has the 9 divine thunder cauldrons left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors. He ordered the 9 families to kill anyone who disobeyed. What a good Du Xiaofu! He's quite impressive." Qin Yuanshang's expression turned cold when he heard this. He turned to ask Han Song, "Legalism is a whole. Since they refused to fight and were killed by Du Xiaofu, why are you all fine?" Divine Ancestor, the Rock Emperor's mother, is a person of legalism. Therefore, during the Great Calamity, the Han family all went to fight under the leadership of their second uncle, while the Li family and the Qin family refused to fight. Thus they were killed. The entire legalism was razed to the ground by the purple lightning cauldron. Han Song said respectfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuanshang's expression immediately became uglier. "You mean only the Han family is alive now, and the Qin family and the Li family both died at the hands of Du Xiaofu?" Qin Yuanshang's broad forehead faintly bulged with blue veins, as if he was brewing anger. Yes. Feeling Qin Yuanshang's anger, Han Song bowed even deeper. "Bastard!" Qin Yuanshang stopped walking and cursed loudly. He was unable to restrain his anger. Du Xiaofu is really quite impressive. Does he think that just because he has the support of that Lu fellow, he can do whatever he wants to the school of legalism? While he shouted, Qin Yuanshang no longer cared about the taboo of the words Lu guy. Instantly his mind was blinded by anger. In this world, the Qin family of legalism was also related to him by blood. If they had died under the great calamity and the devil religion, he could accept it. He never thought that with so many people besides the Qin family and the Li family, all of them had been killed by that Du Xiaofu. This was simply going too far. "Uncle Yuanshang, that Du Xiaofu is really bold. Does he really think that our legalism is easy to bully? If we don't teach him a lesson, he truly thinks that with the support of Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian, he can rebel." That young man next to Qin Yuanshang shouted, and his expression was also unsightly. He was from the Li family. He could not help but feel angry when all of his family members were killed in this world. However, as soon as the young man finished speaking, he only heard a crisp "pa" sound next to his ear. Immediately after, he felt a burning pain on his face. Apparently, someone had given him a hard slap. "You bastard! Do you think you can call out the names of those 2? If you want to die, go ahead and blow yourself up. Don't drag our legalism down with you." Qin Yuanshang's face was incomparably ashen. He clenched his hand that had slapped him as if he wanted to choke this young man to death. Even he didn't dare to mention Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian's names directly. Occasionally, he could only use those 2 as a replacement. Just now, in a fit of rage, he said the 3 words surnamed Lu. However, this kid had called them out so loudly as if nothing was taboo. Although it was not to the extent of being heard by those 2, Qin Yuanshang could not help but tremble in fear and panic for those 2 fiends. "Uncle Yuanshang," the young man covered his face as if he had been wronged, but he did not talk back. Qin Yuanshang let out a long sigh and said with a serious expression, "All right. Don't mention them again in the future. Even the strongest person in our legalism doesn't dare to provoke those 2, let alone you and me." He paused for a moment and changed the topic. Legalism's debt should indeed be settled with Du Xiaofu. However, since he is the chosen one and has the ability to defeat the demon god. I'm afraid his strength is not simple. Therefore, we will remember this grudge first. It won't be too late to take revenge in the future. After Qin Yuanshang finished speaking, Han Song, who was standing respectfully at the side, hesitated for a moment. However, in the end, he unexpectedly said, "Divine Ancestor, the Rock Emperor has fallen in the battle with the demon god." Qin Yuanshang was stunned as if he did not hear clearly. He hurriedly asked, "Say it again." "Divine Ancestor, a few months ago, the Rock Emperor paid the price of his life and perished together with the demon god." Han Song's old face was full of respect as he bowed to Qin Yuanshang. "Dead." The young man beside Qin Yuanshang also widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared blankly at Han Song. However, Qin Yuanshang suddenly began to laugh loudly. "Ha! He's dead. That's wonderful. I was still wondering how the demon god could be so easily killed by a brat with his strength. It turns out that he risked his life for the demon god. With the arrangement of those two, this ending should be enough. Uncle Yuanshang, that Du Xiaofu killed so many people from legalism. If this debt is not settled, how can legalism have the face to establish itself in this world? Why not just abandon the foundation here? Why bother to rebuild it?" The young man also came to his senses and gritted his teeth as he spoke to Qin Yuanshang. "That's right. Du Xiaofu is dead. I want to settle this debt now." Qin Yuanshang clenched his fist tightly as he spoke with a ferocious expression. If Du Xiaofu was still alive, with his strength that could fight against the demon god, they would have to think twice if they wanted to provoke him. However, he was indeed dead. What did they, who came from the upper realm, have to fear? Du Xiaofu dared to kill people from legalism. Doesn't he have a barren country himself? How legalism is treated in this world. I'll give them a taste of their own medicine and destroy them." Qin Yuanshang said viciously as his eyes shone with a fierce light. "That divine ancestor, there are still many powerful people in the barren country." Han Song spoke up at the right time and interrupted. "Oh, how is the strength of those powerful people compared to Du Xiaofu before he died?" Without waiting for Qin Yuanshang to speak, the young man raised his eyebrows and asked. "This," Han Song deliberated for a while before saying, "those people are naturally far inferior to the Rock Emperor." "Then it's settled. We've heard a lot about Du Xiaofu's deeds in the upper realm. Without his existence, can the barren country still be called the barren country?" The young man spoke arrogantly and was indescribably proud of himself. After all, they came from the 33 heavens. Because the living beings in this world were from a small world. How strong could they be? This time, Han Song was stunned by the question and did not answer for a long time. "I can't wait to go to the barren country. Although Du Xiaofu is dead, someone has to bear the consequences and pay the price for what he did." Qin Yuanshang clenched his fists and said coldly, "Uncle Yuanshang, let's go now." The young man said, "All right. However, to be safe, let's discuss with Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing first. If they're willing, we can work together. No matter how powerful the barren country is, it's impossible for it to withstand the combined forces of the three of us. When the barren country is destroyed, the School of Agriculture, School of Moism, School of Yin-Yang, School of Confucianism, and School of Taoism will have no reason to say anything." As Qin Yuanshang spoke, he waved his sleeve at the dozens of people from the upper realm and said, "Let's go!" "Divine Ancestor." Han Song stretched out his hand, wanting to stop them and say something, but those people left too quickly. Just as he spoke, the ripples in the void had already stopped. The silhouettes of the dozens of people also disappeared. "Something big is going to happen. What should we do?" Han Song was so anxious that he stomped his feet, but there was nothing he could do. He really wanted to rush up and say that although the barren country's Rock Emperor was dead and the others were not as strong as him, they were still very difficult to deal with. Among those people, there was a heavenly sage realm and many half-step, heavenly sage experts. With the current strength of the people from legalism, no one could catch up to them. I hope the divine ancestor and the others are strong enough to defeat the people from the barren country. Han Tsang thought to himself. Qin Yuanshang and the others came from the upper realm. After being suppressed here, if they still had the strength of a half-step heavenly sage or a heavenly sage, it should not be too difficult for them to protect themselves against the people from the barren country. However, Han Tsang and the others were unable to see through the true cultivation of the dozens of people from the upper realm. As for the final result, he could not judge. He only knew that something big would definitely happen. Qin Yuanshang and the others did not delay and moved quickly. They even split into two groups. One group was led by him and went straight to the school of vertical and horizontal, while the other group was led by the young man and went to Zhongming. These experts could not wait and kept rubbing their hands together as if they wanted to show off their skills. The two groups were very lucky. Before they reached the school of famous and vertical, they had already met up with Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing. As it turned out, the two groups of famed scholars and school of vertical and horizontal experts from the upper realm had actually broken through the air on their way to the branch family. Facing the broken mountains and rivers of this world, as well as the gigantic lake formed by the demonic god's footprints, they were deeply shocked by the demonic god's strength. Although they didn't waste too much time because of this, it gave Qin Yuanshang and the young man the opportunity to intercept them midway. After hearing the reason of the people from legalism, Gong Sun Quan, as the leader of the school of famous, agreed without any hesitation. He was willing to deal with the barren country with the legalism. On the other hand, Su Qixing from the school of vertical and horizontal thought deeply for a while. In the end, he finally nodded under Qin Yuanshang's repeated persuasion. As a result, the three groups quickly gathered together and went straight to the barren country. Each of them brought dozens of people with them. The three groups added together had about 160 to 70 people. Among these 100+ people, more than half of them were above the Saint Realm, and there were more than 100 of them in this world. With such strength, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in this small world? Although this small world was different from other small worlds, it was a little special. That Du Xiaofu has a deep hatred for the branch families of our three families in this world. With his death, the rest of the people in the barren country are no longer a concern. However, they have to pay the price for what they have done to our three families. If we can't raise the barren country to the ground, we might as well leave this world. We don't have the face to continue staying here. As the group hurried along, Gong Sun Quan's expression was very cold. He could not wait to appear in the barren country. Brother Gong's son is right. That Du Xiaofu has always looked down on our three families because he has some ability. With that person backing him up, he became even more unscrupulous. This time he is dead. However, the people of the barren country will have to pay for this debt. Qin Yuanshang said. His words were filled with cold-killing intent. On the contrary, Su Qixing, who was walking side by side with the two of them, did not reply. He only ran silently. No one knew what was on his mind. In this small world, almost all living things knew about the existence of the barren country. Therefore, to the people of the school of legalism, the school of famous scholars, and the school of vertical and horizontal, if they wanted to find the location of the barren country, they could easily find someone to interrogate. After passing through the void tunnel, the three groups of people did not take too long to reach the borders of the barren country. This is the place. The capital of the barren country is called Stone City. It shouldn't be far. Let's go. Gong Sun Quan waved his hand and once again entered the void. He led more than 100 people and rushed towards the capital of the barren country with murderous intent. Chi chi chi, a violent spatial fluctuation spread out. Finally, one figure after another walked out of the void. Every one of them exuded a powerful aura. At first glance, it was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. The appearance of this group of people caused many of the weaker cultivators and commoners in the Stone City to panic. They had to look up to such an existence. Who are those people? They don't seem to know how to restrain themselves. Although they looked up, none of the residents of the barren country showed any signs of panic. After all, this was the barren country. If anyone dared to behave atrociously and come to the barren country to show off, they would have to bear the consequences. As for the experts in the barren country, all the residents of the barren country knew that none of them were to be trifled with. Chapter 2672. In fact, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaolin, Yi Piaoling, and Du Xiaojing had already noticed the spatial ripples outside the Du family's ancestral hall before the three schools of legalism, School of Famous Names, and School of Vertical and Horizontal flew out. One by one, the experts woke up from their meditation and opened their eyes. Legalism, School of Famous Names, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. It seems like they still haven't given up. Du Yunlong said nonchalantly among the crowd. That's quite a lineup, but they don't seem to be very strong. Du Xiaoyao curled his lips and said disdainfully, with those people's strength, there was no need for them to do anything. Han Ji, Ouyang Shuang, Elder Lei, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Dongfang Qingmu, Yi Zijin, and many other Saint Realm experts were still in the desolate country. Apart from Yi Piaoling and Qin Guyu, 16 of the 18 celestial generals were also guarding the palace. There were at least dozens of Saint Realm experts in total. Moreover, there were also 2 half-step heavenly saints, Du Tingxian and Zhen Qingchen, holding the line. If those 3 schools really came to cause trouble, the result would be obvious. Sure enough, after more than 100 people broke through the air, figures shot out from various places in the Stone City, one after another. They rushed into the air and confronted those people. Mo Tianshao, Nether Demon, Yalu Han, Duga Fenshin, Old Monster Green Fox, Du Xiaoman, Iwuming Leiyang Bing Toad, and Fei Yu were all among them. Let's watch first. If they really want to fight, we'll accompany them when the time comes. Little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaohuang, and the others did not move. They still sat quietly outside the Du family's ancestral hall. Even Du Tingxian and Zhen Qingchen did not appear. It was not time for them to make a move yet. In the Stone City, many residents stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky, beginning to discuss. Look, there are so many experts. Where did those people come from? They actually came to the desolate country with such fanfare. It seems like they are here to cause trouble. How dare you not walk into Stone City after coming here? How dare you disrespect the Rock Emperor? Damn you! If I had the strength, I would beat them up one by one and hang them on the city wall for 49 days until they realize their mistakes. It doesn't matter if we are not strong enough. The desolate country is full of experts. Those people will have to bear the consequences in the end. The residents of Stone City were boiling with anger because of these people's disrespect towards the Rock Emperor. They wanted nothing more than to roll up their sleeves and fight. If he was strong enough, he would definitely push them all to the ground and kowtow to the Rock Emperor. What a great, desolate country. Their strength is not weak at all. In the sky above Stone City, Qin Yuanshang's eyes could not help but twitch as he looked at the dozens of Saint Realm cultivators opposite him. He was surprised by such strength. It was unbelievable that a force in a small world could have so many experts. Qin Yuanshang was glad that he had brought Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing with him. Otherwise, with his legalism alone, it would be hard to say what would happen if he faced the experts of the desolate country. Of course, if his cultivation had not been suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, he would not have been able to spy on the existence of Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaolin, Zhen Qingchen, and Little Xingxing. He would not have been so calm. More than 60 Saint Realm experts. They are indeed not weak. Gong Sun Quan nodded in agreement with Qin Yuanshang's words. It should be known that this was a small world, not in existence like the 33 heavens. Compared to other small worlds, such strength was too terrifying. It could be said that if the people of the desolate country were to go on an expedition, they could easily take down all the small worlds. After all, this world is too special. It's not too strange for such a situation to occur. However, if you really want to compare it with the 33 heavens, it is not enough. Su Qixing's eyes flashed as he said. While the three of them were talking, Yi Wuming stepped out from the desolate country's lineup. His seemingly old eyes swept across Qin Wushang, Gong Sun Quan, and Su Qixing as he said, "You are from the 33 heavens. Are you from the 9 great families?" 9 great families? The three of them were stunned when they heard this. Then they all understood. Yes, there are only 9 great families in this world. Ignorant ants. Gong Sun Quan spat and mocked. In fact, they did not know that before Fu Bai and the others left, they had already told the desolate country about the 33 heavens and the 100 schools of thought. It was just that they were used to calling them the 9 great families and did not pay attention to it. Dog, if you dare to scold me again, do you believe that I will not let you die without a burial ground? Little Tiger Du took a step forward and stood beside old Yi. He stared coldly at Gong Sun Quan as a terrifying murderous aura spread out and surged towards Gong Sun Quan. Stomp! Gong Sun Quan suddenly took a step back and dispersed the surging aura. He was a little surprised. That seemingly ordinary young man was also a sage, accomplished realm expert. So, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised by this. Such strength would not be below his current strength. You talk big. The people around Du Xiaofu are indeed arrogant. You have killed so many of my legalism, school of famers, and school of vertical and horizontal. Today, it is the desolate country's turn to pay the debt. Qin Yuanshang snorted coldly as his body pressed forward. A powerful pressure instantly spread out, causing the people behind him to feel a little breathless. However, despite their actions, the desolate country's lineup did not seem to be messed up at all. Instead, each of them looked at Qin Yuanshang with a deep sense of sarcasm. All of them are experts. In front of the school of vertical and horizontal, Su Qixing, who was as fat as a mountain of meat, suddenly opened his small eyes. He noticed that although the desolate country's side only had about half the number of people from the 3 families combined, few people showed any signs of being unable to bear the pressure of Qin Yuanshang's aura. In this way, most of the dozens of people had reached the perfect saint stage. The weakest ones were at the later saint stage. There were almost no early or middle saint stage cultivators. Under such a comparison, the overall strength of the 3 families combined would not be stronger than these people. It seems that this battle is not going to be easy. Su Qixing muttered to himself as he quickly calculated in his mind. No one knew what he was thinking. Those who died in the hands of the desolate country deserved to die. They absolutely deserve to die. If you came here today to stand up for the people of your 3 families who died, I believe that your end will be no different from theirs. The old monster green fox said coldly with a gloomy face. At this time, how could they not know the origin of these people? Who else could they be but the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal from the upper world? The hatred between the 3 families of the desolate country had long been very deep. They did not know how many people had died in the hands of Du Xiaofu. However, they had only themselves to blame for all this. They could not blame anyone else. Therefore, when the old monster green fox said those words, he was naturally confident and confident. What a good way to say that they deserve to die. You are indeed brave, but you should know that in this world, the strong are respected. The words of the one with the bigger fist are the truth. The people of the 3 families died because they were not strong enough, and the desolate country will be destroyed today because they deserve to die. Qin Yuanshang's face was cold, and his killing intent surged. It was obvious that he did not intend to stop today. Even though he had sensed the strength of the desolate country's lineup, he was not afraid. After all, he had so many people on his side. If he could not even take down a small desolate country, not to mention the branch families in this world. Even the main family in the upper world would be disgraced. However, to Qin Yuanshang's surprise, he thought that his words would make the people of the desolate country extremely afraid, because the desolate country did not have the upper hand in terms of strength. However, as soon as he said those words, dozens of people on the opposite side sneered at him. This made him even angrier, because the Qin family and the Li family of the legalism branch families had been killed. His anger burned even more fiercely. The dog who spoke just now, I don't know if your brain has been squeezed by a door. You are just a few fleas. How dare you come to the desolate country and make a fuss without considering your own strength? Ouyang Shuang suddenly spoke. Her words were not polite at all, and she directly scolded them. Su Qixing and the other two took a closer look and found that the other party was a woman with a hot body. Bitch, who are you calling a dog? Qin Yuanshang was instantly filled with anger. He did not restrain his aura at all and charged directly at Ouyang Shuang. This time, Ouyang Shuang did not answer. Instead, it was little Tiger Du who spoke again. Whoever answers is the one. Kid, you're courting death. Qin Yuanshang was seething with anger. He suddenly shouted, and then his body swept out like lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of little Tiger Du at the same time. He threw out a palm across the sky, triggering the boundless power between heaven and earth. Terrifying spatial fluctuations spread out like a huge wave, rushing in all directions. This palm was graceful and absent-minded, transforming into strange afterimages. It directly pressed down on little Tiger Du's chest. Roar! In the face of Qin Yuanshang's attack, little Tiger Du's throat suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a violent thunderclap, and the sky and earth trembled along with it. At the same time, his body transformed, and the huge body of the dark, heavenly tiger appeared. Its vigorous and powerful wings flapped, and black talisman, runes, filled the sky. It directly swept towards Qin Yuanshang's palm. Chi! The two's attacks collided in an instant. The vigorous energy collided, and in an instant, a terrifying fluctuation erupted. A terrifying black hole was torn open in the space, and it was suffused with a gloomy light. Waves of terrifying energy waves drifted and spread out in the sky above the stone city. The two figures, one man and one tiger, were pushed back. Little Tiger Du walked in the void and quickly stabilized his body. The body of the dark, heavenly tiger, Du, was unscathed. Such powerful strength. On the other hand, on Qin Yuanshang's side, one of his palms was torn open and blood dripped down. Although it was not a serious injury, one could clearly see that there was a certain gap in strength between the two through just one blow. This exchange between the two of them caused the countless people in the stone city below to erupt into earth-shattering cheers. Good fight. Beat them up. How dare they disrespect the Rock Emperor? We must teach them a lesson. Beat them up. Beat them until they fly in and crawl out. No, we must make them go out on their knees. Many residents shouted loudly, cheering for little Tiger, though his original body is actually from the dark heavenly tiger clan. To have such strength at such a young age, he is indeed extraordinary. In the sky above the stone city, Su Qixing's eyes narrowed again. He looked at little Tiger Du with a glint in his eyes. With such little strength, they dare to behave atrociously in the desolate country. In that case, we don't need to hold back. Teach them a lesson. At this moment, Elder Yi spoke again. With a gentle wave of his hand, dozens of people from the desolate country moved together, closing in on the formation of legalism, school of famers, and school of vertical and horizontal. Legalism, listen up. The desolate country has a deep feud with our legalism. Today is the day they will be destroyed. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Qin Yuanshang roared out. He gave the order to the people from the school of legalism behind him. Several dozen of them shot out as well. However, Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing, who were beside him, did not move. What are the two of you waiting for? If you don't act now, when will you? Qin Yuanshang suddenly turned his head and shouted at the two of them. The three of them had come together to teach the people from the desolate country a lesson. The debt that Du Xiaofu owed them would be repaid by the people around him. Even though the desolate country had shown great strength, the three of them were not really afraid of the desolate country when they joined forces. All right, School of Famers, kill them. After a moment of hesitation, Gongsun Quan also led the crowd and rushed out. Even if we can win this battle in the end, our school of vertical and horizontal will suffer great losses. This deal doesn't seem to be worth it. However, Su Qixing still did not move. Seeing that Qin Yuanshang and Gongsun Quan were fighting with the people from the desolate country, he frowned. At this moment, he felt like he had been cheated. The strength of the desolate country was not as weak as he had imagined. Even if he led the experts from the school of vertical and horizontal and joined forces with Qin Yuanshang and Gongsun Quan, they would not be able to gain much of an advantage. Therefore, he was a little afraid. If they fought to the death with the desolate country, even if they could win, they would suffer great losses. Su Qixing, you bastard, why aren't you attacking? On the other side, Qin Yuanshang and Little Tiger Du were fighting again. At the same time, they could not stop cursing and were even more furious. They had agreed that the three of them would attack together. However, at this crucial moment, Su Qixing was still watching from the sidelines and had no intention of interfering. This made Qin Yuanshang's heart burn with anger. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to die. If the school of vertical and horizontal did not attack, there was no way to fight this battle. They could only be trampled on by the desolate country. Su Qixing, if you don't attack, my school of vertical and horizontal will not let you off. In the battlefield, Gongsun Quan was also furious and shouted in Su Qixing's direction. However, unexpectedly, while he was distracted, Han Ji's slender palm struck his shoulder and sent him flying. In response, Han Ji only smiled charmingly. Then, with a twist of her delicate body, she chased after him again. Good. Take care of them. Beat them up until they look like pigs. A bunch of people who are asking for a beating. You are the ones who are asking for a beating. Look, that damn fatty is scared out of his wits. The heroes of the desolate country are unparalleled. Below, the stone city was filled with waves of cheers. Many residents were shouting with all their might. Some of the cultivators even used profound qi in their words. Their loud voices resounded throughout the entire stone city. Su Qixing frowned. In his eyes, the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal were being suppressed by the desolate country. They did not have any temper at all. There was not much difference in the number of people on both sides. However, in terms of overall strength, the desolate country was much stronger. If he did not attack, Qin Yuanshang and Gongsun Quan's fates would be worrying. Su Qixing lifted one leg and was about to step out of the void to help. However, his leg stopped in midair and did not fall for a long time. He was constantly thinking about the pros and cons. If he did not help, the relationship between the school of vertical and horizontal and the legalism and horizontal would definitely be broken. It might even lead to hatred in the main family, and a bloody battle might even break out. However, if he went to help and fought to the end, he was worried that not many of the experts he brought with him would be able to return alive. After thinking for a long time and weighing the pros and cons, Su Qixing's squinted eyes finally revealed a determined look. He lifted his leg and finally took a step out. No matter what, it was better to have some people die than to face the joint attack of the legalism and vertical and horizontal families. As long as he could eliminate most of the desolate country's strength, he could send a message to the upper realm and send more experts down. Finally, he could uproot the entire desolate country. That would be a great achievement. However, just as Su Qixing took a step out, he suddenly felt his heart tighten. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly grabbed it. He felt a few terrifyingly powerful auras sweeping over, causing his primordial spirit to tremble. Mai Xuanyang was right. You bunch of idiots. must have had your brains squashed by the door." At this moment, a little girl's voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. However, it was this little girl's voice that caused the people from the three families, including Su Qixing, Gong Sun Quan, and Qin Yuanshang, to shiver inexplicably. A chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet and rushed straight to their heads. Grandpa Auntie Shuang, Uncle Little Tiger, Auntie Xiaoqing, all of you can leave first. Leave this to us. Immediately after, another little boy's voice rang out. Similarly, it caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat. They felt as if they were being stared at by a terrifying beast, and a chill ran down their spines. Grandpas, uncles, and auntie, let us take care of these people. You can go down and watch. Chapter 2673. While Qin Yuanshang, Gong Sun Quan, Su Qixing, and the others were still in shock, another childish voice rang out. A total of 3 children's voices reverberated above the stone city and drilled into everyone's ears. Xiao Huang, Xiaoba, Xiaolin. Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Old Monster Green Fox, Ouyang Shuang, and dozens of other saints of the Barren Nation, who were fighting fiercely with the people from the 3 major families, instantly abandoned their opponents and retreated to a distance and gathered together. The more than 100 people from the School of Legalism, the School of Famous Scholars, and the School of Vertical and Horizontal were a little stunned. Under their gazes, they saw 3 young figures walking in the air from below as if they were walking on an invisible staircase. The Barren Nation's experts have appeared. It's the Rock Emperor's son, daughter, and nephew. These 3 kids aren't very old, but they're all Lords of Terror. Now those invaders will suffer. Let's see how they can jump around. Prince, Princess, teach them a lesson. Let those people know the power of the Barren Nation. Below the stone city, many residents shouted when they saw Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaolin appear. Everyone clenched their fists in excitement. They all knew that the strength of these 3 little fellows was extremely terrifying. If not for their young age, in terms of talent, none of them would be inferior to the Rock Emperor. With them taking action, the outcome of those invaders could be imagined. 3 little brats? Gong Sun Quan's eyes widened as he looked at the 3 figures rapidly approaching. He felt extremely incredulous. It turned out that they were really 3 little kids. However, it was these 3 little kids that made his heart tremble for no reason. These are not 3 little brats. These are 3 experts. On the other side, Su Qixing narrowed his small eyes and his heart was heavy. He could clearly feel that the 3 little kids had extremely terrifying auras. Therefore, he could not judge these 3 people by the standards of looking at children. These were 3 top-notch cultivators, who are much more terrifying than the dozens of saints from the barren country. The desolate country was much more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. Just as he was about to lead his men to attack, he stopped and decided to observe the situation first. A supreme ant phoenix and a little qilin. Is the one in the middle a human? Why does he have such a strong aura of the golden-winged great rock? Gong Sun Quan was astonished. Whether it was the ant phoenix, the little qilin, or the golden-winged great Peng race, these 3 races were absolutely powerful existences in the 33 heavens. The School of Legalism, School of Famous Philosophers, and School of Vertical and Horizontal were among the most powerful schools in the 100 schools of thought. However, when facing the 3 races, they still had to be polite. If they fought, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. A bunch of blind dogs. How dare you come barking in my desolate country? Du Xiaoba's small body was muscular, and a faint golden light erupted from his body, making him look as fierce as a human-shaped, golden-winged great rock. His young face had a domineering and fierce expression. He looked at the people from the School of Legalism, School of Famous Philosophers, and School of Vertical and Horizontal as if he was looking at a group of dead people. 3 immature bastards. You're young, but you sure talk big. Among the 3 schools, Qin Yuanshang slowly calmed down after his initial shock. Although the aura emitted by the three little guys was stronger than him, Gong Sun Quan and Su Qixing, it wasn't enough to make him feel afraid. After all, they had come from the 33 heavens. If they were in the outside world with their strength and the cultivation standards of this world, they would be experts in the heavenly saint realm. Although these three little fellows were extremely extraordinary, to them, they weren't considered to be very powerful. We are indeed arrogant, but your barking is even louder. Du Xiaohuang snorted coldly and said. Before she finished speaking, she, Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaolin had already stepped into the air and directly closed in on the experts of the two families. Little thing, you have a sharp tongue. I think your elders didn't teach you well. Today, let me teach you how to behave on behalf of your elders. Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang kept calling them dogs, causing the faces of Qin Yuanshang, Gong Sun Quan, Su Qixing, and many experts of the three families to darken. As the experts of the top forces of the 100 schools of thought, they had never been insulted like this. This was simply a naked provocation. Trash like you dare to say that you want to teach us how to behave. Today, let your grandpa Xiaoba teach you how to behave. Du Xiaoba leaped, and golden light gushed out from his body. Screech! A loud roar came from Du Xiaoba's throat and reverberated in the sky above the stone city. The loud and clear sound penetrated the soul, causing more than 100 people from the three clans to tremble in an instant. Boy, you're courting death! Qin Yuanshang roared. His hands drew a mysterious trajectory in the void, and a terrifying aura quickly rose from his body. As his hands moved, a boundless momentum of heaven and earth suddenly rose, and the vast aura in the space surged wildly towards him. In an instant, Qin Yuanshang's body burst out with a torrential light, and a magnificent aura shuttled back and forth, finally condensing as if it had evolved into a world. Rumble! In the next moment, as heaven and earth trembled, the universe began to rotate around Qin Yuanshang. Mountains and rivers moved horizontally, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. The terrifying power shook the universe. The heavenly Tao is far, the human Tao is far, and the law is broken. Qin Yuanshang shouted. He stepped in the void, gathering the endless momentum of heaven and earth, making him look incomparably majestic, as if a supreme creature was overlooking the common people. He used his strongest power. This was the Tao of legalism, the combination of law, technique, and momentum. The Tao was heavenly and the Tao was boundless. What a terrifying method! The people of legalism from the 33 heavens are indeed much more powerful than the people of this world. So what if they are powerful? Since they have come to this world and are suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, they have to coil up and lie down even if they are dragons and tigers. Do they really think that the desolate country is easy to bully? It's a pity that their strength can only be exerted to the perfect saint realm. With Xiaoba's cultivation, it's really easy for him to bully them. Just wait and see. I bet that in a while, these people will regret coming to this world. In the distance, Ouyang Shuang, Elder Lei, Hanji, Dugafenshin, and the others were all shocked by Qin Yuanshang's methods. They praised the people of the main clan of legalism for being powerful enough. However, they were not worried about Du Xiaoba in the slightest. The old monster green fox, Little Tiger Du, and the others even had gloating smiles on their faces. Du Xiaoba had the strength of a half-step heavenly saint. Facing Qin Yuanshang, who was suppressed to the perfect saint realm, he had a great advantage. Break the law. Break your sister's balls. Facing Qin Yuanshang's attack, Du Xiaofu's little face tightened as he scolded with a serious expression. As soon as the sentence came out, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoman, Yiwuming, and the half-step heavenly saint experts in the palace were all stunned. Where did this brat learn this from? Everyone was speechless. They really didn't know where Du Xiaoba's ability to curse in the street came from. However, outside the ancestral hall of the Du family, Duyunmong, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and little Xingxing all turned their gazes at the golden-robed young man beside them in an instant. Damn it! Why are you all looking at me? That little guy learned it on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Du Xiaoyao's face darkened. He really didn't teach Du Xiaoba in this aspect. In the sky above the stone city, after Du Xiaoba cursed, he fiercely punched out. A resplendent golden fist mark shot out, shattering the void and instantly appearing in front of Qin Yuanshang. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the people from the three great families, this incomparably simple fist mark drove straight through and directly blasted into the world shadow that Qin Yuanshang had created. Boom! A terrifying vibration spread out. The earth, mountains, rivers, and stars that had been formed all exploded in an instant, turning into an energy storm that filled the sky and surged violently. Du Xiaoba's punch was like an incomparably ferocious dragon. In the end, it brazenly smashed into Qin Yuanshang's chest. Bang! A dull sound rang out, like a heavy hammer hitting the surface of a drum, emitting a terrifying vibration. Qin Yuanshang's chest was directly smashed in by this punch. Ah! Uft! After Qin Yuanshang let out a blood-curdling scream, a mouthful of blood shot out from his mouth, piercing through the void. Then his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Good. Good job. We should teach them a lesson like this. Beat him into a pig's head. A bunch of blind dogs. Beat them until they can't even recognize their own mothers. The residents of the Stone City burst into cheers. They were jubilant, and their hearts were jubilant. They actually dared to behave atrociously in the desolate country. They should be taught a lesson like this. This, in contrast to the mood of the residents of the desolate country, the experts of the three great families felt their hearts turn cold, especially the people of legalism. With Qin Yuanshang's strength, he was the backbone of the main clan in the 33 heavens. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was easily dealt with by a little brat. This caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat. Little Huang, little Lin, don't just stand there. Get rid of this group of dogs, and end it quickly. We can't let their barking affect Uncle Xiaofu. Du Xiaoba frowned and looked fiercely at the remaining 100 or so people of the three great families. The dogs bark too fiercely, so we have to teach them a lesson. If we don't beat them until they are afraid, they will jump out and bite people from time to time. Du Xiaohuang's small face slightly raised. Without delay, her figure was like lightning, and in an instant, she had already swept to Gong Sun Quan's side. I'll beat you. Little Qilin cheered. Its 4 hooves stepped on the light of thunder, and it quickly rushed towards the young man of legalism. When the young man saw little Qilin coming, he was scared out of his wits. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape from this place. You can't run away. Little Qilin's tender voice shouted. It didn't chase after him. Instead, it waved one of its front hooves and sprinkled a bright thunderlight, directly hitting the back of the young man's heart. Poof! Blood spurted out. After the young man was hit by the power of thunder, he fell into the void. His back was charred, and arcs of light were still blooming on the wound. I said you can't run away. Let me send you away. Stay away from our family. Du Xiaolin's voice sounded like a 3 or 4-year-old child, immature and naive. However, he didn't show any mercy when he made his move. In an instant, he took down the young man of legalism. That wasn't all. His 4 hooves moved in the void, and he rushed to the young man's side. Immediately afterward, little Qilin suddenly stood up. Its 2 small front hooves hugged the young man's arm. Its 2 hind legs stepped on the stars, and its 4 hooves suddenly exerted force at the same time. It dragged the young man in the void and quickly turned around. Then it fiercely threw him high into the sky, and its front hooves spread out. Ah! The young man from the school of legalism let out a miserable howl. dragging out the last syllable. He was like a rooster whose wings were tied up. He was thrown high into the sky by little Qilin. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge space crack appeared behind the young man's trajectory. A fierce aura spread out from the space crack, and huge lightning dragons were flying around it. The young man's body directly entered the space crack, and then he was swallowed by the dark crack and disappeared. The space crack was not too big, and it quickly closed. The young man's figure didn't appear again. This scene stunned the three big families, the people of the desolate country, and the residents of the stone city. What the fuck? After a while, someone said in a low voice with extreme shock, That person couldn't have been thrown out of this world, could he? Someone in the stone city asked with uncertainty. Not everyone was powerful. So many people didn't know the specific situation. He came from the outside world, and was thrown back to where he came from. Very good. In the sky above the imperial palace, the old monster green fox smiled like a flower. Haha, well done, Xiaolin. Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang also laughed. They collided in the air and knocked down the experts of the three big families again and again. Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan had been knocked down by him and Du Xiaohuang. After seeing Du Xiaolin's actions, Du Xiaoba was not to be outdone. He quickly picked up a disciple of a famous family and threw him away. Under his half-step heavenly saint power, a crack exploded in the sky and swallowed the disciple of a famous family. He disappeared without a trace. I'll throw one for fun, too. Du Xiaohuang giggled and followed Du Xiaoba's actions. She quickly grabbed a legalism expert and threw him out. Whoosh! Before the space crack triggered by Du Xiaoba closed, the disciple of a legalism also entered it while screaming in fear. Ha 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 ha! The prince is mighty! The princess is mighty! Ha ha ha! How dare they come to the desolate country and be so presumptuous? Throw them all out! Ha 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 ha! Beat them up first, then throw them out! The residents of the stone city were in an uproar again. Cheers and screams were endless. They were all cheering for the methods of the three little guys. Bastard! Are the people of legalism so easy to bully? In the distance, the seriously injured Qin Yuanshang was furious. However, under the divine power of Du Xiaoba and the other two, he could not stop all of this. He could only watch as dozens of disciples of legalism were thrown away one by one. Stop! Gong Sun Quan also shouted, but he was powerless to do anything. Who asked their strength to be suppressed? They were not a match for these three brats at all. Old dog, since you're in such a hurry, I'll send you on your way first. Du Xiaoba snorted softly. Like an ancient fierce beast, he pounced and arrived beside Qin Yuanshang in the blink of an eye. Little bastard, what are you doing? Qin Yuanshang panicked. He dragged his seriously injured body and wanted to escape. If he was caught by the boy in front of him, there was no need to think about the result. He would definitely be thrown out. You old dog, you bark the most fiercely. How could Du Xiaoba watch him escape? He immediately caught up to Qin Yuanshang like a bolt of lightning and grabbed his arm with a small hand. On the other side, almost at the same time, Gong Sun Quan was also restrained by Du Xiaohuang and could not move. The power in the two little guys circulated and directly placed a restriction on Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan, making them unable to resist at all. Go! Du Xiaohuang shouted and swung his small arms at the same time as Du Xiaoba, throwing Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan out of his hands. Whoosh, whoosh! The two figures flew side by side into the sky. Ah! Ah! The two screamed desperately, but they could not struggle at all. Soon, they were also swallowed by a spatial crack in the sky and disappeared. However, all of this did not end there. Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaohuang kept rising and falling in the void. Every time, they appeared beside a person from legalism and School of Famous. Due to the suppression of the power of heaven and earth, the strength of these people was at most in the perfection saint realm, and they were in the minority. They wanted to escape, but how could they be faster than the speed of the three little guys? In just a few breaths, hundreds of people from Legalism and School of Famous were all thrown into the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The figures streaked across the sky and went straight into the ninth heaven. They were all swallowed by the spatial crack. The field above the imperial palace was also much wider in an instant. Only the experts from the School of Vertical and Horizontal were left. They did not make a move before. To be precise, they did not have the time to make a move. Du Xiaoba clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction, smiling slightly. Chapter 2674. This, Su Qixing's face twitched, and he didn't know what to say. He, Qin Yuanshang, and Gong Sun Quan had come to this world with a mission from the main clan, to revive the various clans in this world. Although this world could only be considered a small world, because of its special characteristics, it attracted great attention from the clan, which was why dozens of Saint Stage experts were sent to this world. Because of the enmity between Du Xiaofu and the three great clans, coupled with Qin Yuanshang's repeated lobbying, Su Qixing came to the desolate country with them to take revenge for the past. But he didn't expect that there were so many experts hidden in this small, desolate country. He hadn't even had the time to make a move, and just 3 little kids had beaten up the Legalism and Famous clans so badly that they were all thrown out of this world. That wasn't like being chased out of this world. That was being thrown out like a sandbag. It was being thrown out. Savage, this is too savage. Su Qixing raised his sleeve and wiped the sweat on his chubby face. At this moment, he felt extremely lucky. Fortunately, after seeing the strength of the desolate country, he had been hesitant and didn't have the time to make a move. Otherwise, he and the dozens of people behind him would have ended up like Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan, thrown out of this world alive. It could be imagined that if this matter spread in the 33 heavens, the Legalism and Famous clans would lose face, as people from the upper world, after coming to the lower world, they were bullied too miserably. If the other forces in the 30 heavens knew, wouldn't they laugh until they were out of breath? This is no longer the return to Void Stage. These 3 kids are all experts half a step into the God-seizing realm. Su Qixing muttered, unconsciously describing the strength of Du Xiaoba and the other 2 according to the level of the 33 heavens. The others, including him, Qin Yuanshang and Gong Sun Quan, were all in the God-seizing realm, but after being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, they could only display the cultivation of the return to Void Stage, and not the peak of the return to Void Stage. Su Qixing thought with lingering fear. Just these 3 children were so terrifying, needless to say, in the desolate country. There were definitely experts who hadn't made a move yet, and they were even more terrifying than these 3 people. Fortunately, he didn't make a move, otherwise he would have been tricked by Qin Yuanshang. Given the strength of the desolate country, to deal with them, the higher world would have to send someone stronger. Phew! Su Qixing let out a long sigh and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then he turned to Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaohuang, as well as Wu Ming and Ouyang Shuang in the distance. He cupped his hands and said, "I was rude. Sorry for disturbing you." As on, under when. If the other party was unhappy and took care of him as well, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Perhaps within the 33 heavens, with his strength, he wouldn't be afraid of these people. However, in this world, he couldn't be too arrogant. It was better to leave as soon as possible to avoid causing any trouble. At this time, he would be a fool to stay any longer. Let's go. Su Qixing waved his sleeve, and a large ray of light enveloped the dozens of people from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Then, the space in front of him distorted and rippled. As long as he entered it, he could quickly leave the desolate country. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Just as he was about to step out, suddenly, a shocking pillar of lightning appeared in the space in front of him. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The pillar of lightning was incomparably thick, and it crashed into the space, shattering the spatial ripples in front of Su Qixing. The fragments of lightning and spatial ripples surged and swept out like a storm, forcing Su Qixing to retreat. The dozens of disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal behind him groaned under the terrifying impact. It was obvious that they were badly shaken. "You want to leave just like that?" After Du Xiaoba shot out a bolt of lightning, he brought Du Xiaohuang and the little Qilin with him. They moved quickly in the air and once again forced their way towards Su Qixing. "Everyone, I have no intention to be your enemy. I only followed the legalism school of vertical and horizontal to observe. Previously, we didn't offend you. However, today the school of vertical and horizontal has indeed made a mistake. How about we come and apologize another day?" Su Qixing's heart rose with anger, but at the same time he was frightened. Trying hard to suppress these emotions, he squinted his small eyes on his chubby face and said respectfully to Du Xiaoba, saying that he didn't offend them and wanted to apologize was just a facade. He definitely wouldn't be able to fool the other party. However, since he showed his attitude, the people of the desolate country had to give him some face. Even though he couldn't defeat these little guys, if the upper realm sent someone stronger, no matter how strong the desolate country was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was fine as long as everyone took a step back and lived in peace. "Do you think you can fool us with a few words? You came to my desolate country aggressively and wanted to show off the power of the upper realm. Now that you see that the situation isn't right, you want to run away?" Du Xiaoba's young eyebrows raised as he stared at Su Qixing and said disdainfully, "They only have this ability. If they can't beat us, they want to run. But can you run?" Du Xiaohuang curled her lips and sneered. With the three of them here, with the strength of the dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal, none of them could escape. Su Qixing's face became extremely ugly. He never thought that these three little guys would be so aggressive. They didn't give him any face and had no intention of stopping. Brother Xiaoba, Sister Xiaohuang, let's throw these people out too. If there's a chance in the future, we'll apologize to them. How about that?" The little Qilin thought for a moment and said seriously. That naive and innocent look immediately made Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaohuang burst into laughter. "Xiaoba Lin is the same as his father. He's also full of evil tricks." In the distance, after hearing Du Xiaoba's words, Wu Ming said with a smile, "It's all Du Xiaofu's fault. When he recovers, see how I'll deal with him." Ouyang Shuang's pretty face turned serious as she said with some anger, "As expected of the Rock Emperor's son. There's nothing wrong with being a little bad. At least it won't be easy to lose." The old monster Green Fox laughed. While they were talking, their eyes never left the people in the distance. Good. This idea couldn't be better. Let's do it." Du Xiaoba laughed. He was young but had an extremely domineering aura. "Everyone, don't go too far." Faced with the pressure of Du Xiaoba, and Du Xiaohuang, Su Qixing's chubby face finally couldn't help but look gloomy. He had already made some concessions, but the three little guys were still unwilling to give up, which made him extremely angry. As an expert in the 33 heavens, when had he ever suffered such cowardice? It was because he was suppressed in this realm. If it were in the outside world, he wouldn't need to be so humble. He would have slapped these three little guys to death. Go too far? Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Du Xiaoba spat and said, whether it was in the past or now, "When didn't you use your strength to provoke us first? Then when you know you can't beat us, you say we're going too far. If this is really going too far, then I'm bullying you. So what? If you have the ability, come and bite me." As Du Xiaoba spoke, he also gave Su Qixing a middle finger. This move made Su Qixing fume. His chubby chest heaved up and down, as if it was about to explode. "Sincerely, don't go too far. Maybe I can't do anything to you in this realm, but there are many experts in the school of vertical and horizontal. It's definitely not something a small barren country can fight against. Then again, there will be a time when you leave this realm." Su Qixing was incomparably angry, but he still patiently said, "Victory and defeat were common in war. It was nothing to be beaten up, but to fall into the hands of these little guys and be thrown out of this realm, this was a great loss of face. No matter what, he was still a reputable figure. It was difficult for him to accept the ridicule of tens of thousands of people. You're bringing out the background of the 33 heavens? Are you threatening us? Du Xiaohuang curled the corners of her mouth and sneered. Su Qixing's words contained a threat. How could she not hear it? However, it just so happened that no one in the barren country was afraid of the threats of others. On the contrary, the more ruthless the threat, the more miserable the ending would be. These little guys knew in their hearts that the school of vertical and horizontal in the 33 heavens was definitely powerful. Their strength was definitely enough to crush the barren country. However, how many times had such a situation happened over the years? Weren't those powerful forces and opponents ruthlessly trampled under their feet in the end? If it weren't for those powerful enemies, how could the barren country have its current glory? Good threat. If you keep begging for mercy and admit defeat, I might really consider letting you go for the time being. But now, I only want to use the sole of my shoe to stamp a few marks on your arrogant face. Du Xiaoba snorted. As he spoke, he had already forced his way to Su Qiming's side. With his half-step heavenly sage cultivation and the Golden Rock Race's speed ultimacy, it wouldn't be easy for Su Qixing to escape. Xiaohuang, Xiaolin attacked together. Don't let a single one of these school of vertical and horizontal go. This time, I want to knock them out, then strip them naked and throw them out. As he spoke, Du Xiaoba's body surged with a large amount of lightning. Streaks of bright lightning coiled around his body, like climbing meridians. Rumble! The sound of thunder spread out. The thunder martial vein in Du Xiaoba's body shook the sky. Like a thunder net, it quickly flew into the air and then directly pressed down on the dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal. On this thunder net, there was an incomparably terrifying aura. It was fierce and domineering, as if it could destroy everything. Boom, 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 boom. The people from the school of vertical and horizontal, including Su Qixing, all panicked at the same time. Dozens of people exerted their strength at the same time, and a series of ferocious attacks were launched, shaking the big net above their heads. It had to be said that when dozens of Saint Stage experts attacked together, it really shook Du Xiaoba's thunder martial vein a little. Although it didn't cause any damage, it slightly stopped the momentum of the net from pressing down on them. Brother Xiaoba, let me help you. Little Qilin shouted loudly. Then the thunder martial vein on its body also appeared. It flew high into the sky and merged with Du Xiaoba's thunder martial vein. Rumble, buzz, buzz, buzz. Amidst the sounds of thunder, the void was suppressed by the two thunder martial veins until it buzzed and trembled nonstop. Large expanses of space shattered and were crushed into smithereens. Puff! Among the dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal. Many of them cried out miserably under the terrifying pressure. Those with insufficient cultivation even spat out blood, and their faces instantly turned pale. In the end, dozens of people were suppressed. No matter how many attacks they launched, it was impossible to shake the combined pressure of two half-step heavenly Saint Stage experts. Even Su Qixing had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth at this moment. The experts from the school of vertical and horizontal were all trapped in the two thunder martial veins and were no longer able to effectively resist. Watch me beat them up. Du Xiaohuang's small body shot forward and directly charged into the prison formed by the thunder martial vein. Desolate country, my school of vertical and horizontal will definitely not let you off, Su Qixing said sternly, with an indescribable viciousness. However, before he could finish his words, he let out an "ah" sound, like a pig being slaughtered, came out of his mouth. Du Xiaohuang's tender little fist had already brazenly smashed onto the side of the round face. The pitiful Su Qixing, whose true strength was above Du Xiaohuang's, was smashed by this punch, causing him to see stars and feel dizzy. He almost couldn't tell north from south. You're still being stubborn at a time like this. Du Xiaohuang wanted to grab Su Qixing's arm, but this fatty's arms were simply too thick. They were like two pillars, and she couldn't grab them at all. As a result, Du Xiaohuang turned around and grabbed Su Qixing's collar, and then punched him again and again on the left side of his face. I told you to be stubborn. I told you to be stubborn. I told you to be stubborn. Every time Du Xiaohuang said a sentence, she would punch him. After more than 10 punches, half of Su Qixing's face was swollen, like half of the pig's head, and he was even fatter than before. Du Xiaohuang's strength was controlled very well, and she did not kill him with a few punches. But even so, Su Qixing was really about to faint. Then he only felt his body go numb, and Du Xiaohuang's restriction landed on his body, causing him to be unable to summon the slightest bit of strength in his body. It was only at this time that Su Qixing was truly shocked to death. "Let the pig fly!" Du Xiaohuang shouted tenderly, grabbed Su Qixing's collar, and threw him into the sky. At the same time, the lightning net that Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaolin had set up together automatically gave way to a gap. With a swish, Su Qixing's body, which was like a mountain of flesh, whistled through the air, passing through the gap in the lightning net and rushed into the sky. "Goodbye, pig head!" The corner of Du Xiaolin's mouth raised into a Qilin-style smile, and he raised one of his front hooves and waved it, as if he was bidding farewell to Su Qixing. I said I would strip him naked before throwing him out. At this moment, Du Xiaoba muttered in dissatisfaction, and then high up in the sky, a bolt of lightning burst out, and with a few Qi-La sounds, the clothes on Su Qixing's body were shredded into pieces. Kacha! A void crack appeared in the sky, and Su Qixing was swallowed into it. "Brother Xiaoba, I'm not playing anymore." Du Xiaohuang pouted, turned around, walked down from the void, and went outside the Du family's ancestral hall. "Hee hee," Du Xiaoba chuckled, then pulled Du Xiaolin and rushed into the crowd of dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal. "All of you fly!" Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaolin shouted in joy, and with a raise of their hands, large amounts of lightning shot out, restricting all the people from the school of vertical and horizontal. At the same time, the clothes on their bodies were also shredded into pieces, making them all naked. Whether it was the people from the desolate country in the distance, or the many residents in the stone city, they all stared blankly at this scene, and the corners of their mouths twitched. "Fuck, this works too? These two children are too ruthless, aren't they? Their cultivations have been sealed. When they are discovered in the 33 heavens, I'm afraid they will even have the heart to die. This is a blatant slap to the face. This outcome is much more cruel than legalism and the people of the famous families. It is indeed cruel, but I like it. The school of vertical and horizontal has fallen so hard this time. The enmity between the school of vertical and horizontal has been completely formed. What's there to be afraid of? They deserve it for bullying our desolate country. Xiaoba's move is really what I want." Countless people spoke. Some were excited, and some sighed with emotion. It seems that these two children need to be properly educated. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble they will cause in the future. Yang Shuang rubbed her smooth forehead, feeling an incomparable headache. She, Du Xiaoqing, Yi Zijin, and some other women had already turned around, unwilling to see the scene behind them. Yang Shuang secretly swore in her heart that she would find Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaolin later to teach them a good lesson. Of course, she could forget about teaching them a lesson with a stick. She couldn't bear to hit these little guys, so she would only use this move on Du Xiaofu. While everyone was discussing, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaolin's movements also stopped one after another. Only the stripped figures were flying high in the sky. In the eyes of many people, those people's key parts were all exposed, and not even a piece of underwear was left. "Open!" Du Xiaoba shouted softly, accompanied by a ferocious thunderclap. Above the sky, a terrifying void crack appeared once again. Yin and Yang Qi surged out, and the chi of gods and demons surged out. The dozens of figures from the school of vertical and horizontal were swallowed in one after another and disappeared. Then, the huge void crack slowly closed, and the sky finally returned to its original appearance, blue and clear. Chapter 2675. It's finally peaceful. A smile appeared on Du Xiaoba's young face as he nodded his head. He was very satisfied with what he had done. Beside him, the little Qilin raised its little head and squinted its eyes at the blue sky. There was an evil smile on its lips. No one knew what it was thinking. "Little Qilin, let's go back." Du Xiaoba stepped forward and carried the little Qilin in his arms. Then he stepped down from the sky and returned to the Du family's ancestral hall. He gathered with Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Yi Piaoling, and the others. As for Du Xiaohuang, she had already returned before them and continued to guard the place. "Good. Well done." Oh, vaguely they could hear cheers and screams coming from the stone city, as well as the sound of clapping. "Xiaoba, little Lin, well done, ha 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 ha." Du Xiaoyao gave them a thumbs up and praised them. His way of doing things really resembled his, and Du Xiaofu's style. This child was worth teaching. Legalism, School of Famers, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. Let's take this as a warning. When we get to the 33rd heaven, we'll have a good fight with them. Even Yi Piaoling and Qingguyu, who were usually serious, could not help but smile. They did not think that Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaohuang had gone overboard. The enmity between the three families and the desolate country was not something new. Even if they were to let them go today, they would still be harassed endlessly in the future. They think that the desolate country is easy to bully. This time they'll feel worse than death. Du Yunlong said softly. His handsome face also showed that he was trying to hold back a smile. Legalism and School of Famers were already miserable enough. They came to this world as people from the upper realm, but were directly thrown out. These two families had lost a lot of face. However, the School of Vertical and Horizontals ending was much worse. They were even stripped naked and sent away. This was worse than being killed. The dozens of people from the School of Vertical and Horizontal probably would not have the face to go out in the 33rd heaven. To be honest, the hatred between them was a little too big. However, the group of experts from the desolate country also understood that if it were not for the fatty from the School of Vertical and Horizontal threatening them, Du Xiaoba would not have gone to this extent. They were already standing on the weaker side, but they were still acting so tough and self-righteous. They even brought out their background as the main race of the 33 heavens. Who were they trying to impress? Such a person should be dealt with so ruthlessly. After Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing chatted for a while, they stopped talking. All of them continued to sit cross-legged, guarding the Du family's ancestral hall to prevent anyone from disturbing them. Ever since there had been a series of disturbances in the stone coffin, it had been relatively calm in recent days without any fluctuations. Therefore, they could not determine what kind of state Du Xiaofu was in. If he wanted to recover, they did not know how long it would take. However, they knew that this process would definitely not be short. After all, Du Xiaofu's body had been shattered by the fiend god, and the energy of his soul had been completely burned away. His vitality was completely gone, so it would definitely take a very long time for him to recover completely. But now, the worries in everyone's hearts slowly disappeared. Because there was a movement in the stone coffin, it meant that there was a high chance that Du Xiaofu could recover. It was not like at the beginning, when everyone only held a glimmer of hope. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Chongguyu, and the others closed their eyes slightly and sat cross-legged, cultivating. They were unable to notice that even though no unusual activity was emitted from the stone coffin in the ancestral hall behind them, it was still undergoing a continuous change. Gulp! The stone coffin was filled with blood-red liquid, and Du Xiaofu's head was soaked in it. In this state, Du Xiaofu's head gradually changed. At the beginning it was blood-red, but in the end, it slowly became translucent and bright red. It became more and more transparent until it fused with the blood-red liquid. The color was the same, and only a rough outline could be seen. Following this, the liquid in the stone coffin slowly condensed and became smaller and smaller, gradually becoming solid, until a certain moment, the compression process finally stopped. At that moment, all of the blood-red liquid had formed a human figure. It had all 4 limbs, a chest, and an abdomen, and it lay in the stone coffin. It was exactly the same as Du Xiaofu's original figure. However, it was not a real body. Instead, it was a body composed of liquid. Even its head seemed to be composed of liquid. Waves of blood-red liquid continuously flowed, giving off a strange, dark light. If an expert could see this, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The reason for that was because this sort of scene was simply too strange. It was simply incomprehensible. Moreover, there were still no ripples of soul from the humanoid body, which meant that Du Xiaofu's vitality had yet to recover. Under the circumstances where there was no vitality, the body actually showed signs of reconstruction. This was truly miraculous. At this moment, in a place very, very far away from this world, in an unknown space where no one knew whether they were in the 33 heavens or not, 2 young men stood side by side. No ripples of presence could be seen from their bodies, and they seemed extremely ordinary. However, at a glance, they gave off a very strange feeling. It was as if they were one with the world. Every move they made was so natural and harmonious. "Boss, should we go to that world and take a look?" The golden-robed young man looked at the azure-robed man beside him and raised his eyebrows as he asked softly, "Xiaolong, you miss your daughter, don't you?" The azure-robed man smiled gently and said, "Of course. So many years have passed, and we still haven't seen each other. Chenxi has been making a fuss recently and wants to bring her back. I almost can't handle it." The golden-robed man said with a bitter face, "Haha." The azure-robed man laughed and reached out to pat the golden-robed man's shoulder. After laughing, his expression became more serious as he said, "Actually, I miss my little niece too. That child has really suffered all these years. If she had stayed by your side, she would have been blessed by the heavens. Coupled with your and Chenxi's bloodline, her strength at this time would have probably far surpassed what she has now. This is nothing. Didn't we all go through the same thing back then? In the 3,000 boundless worlds, which major forces disciple had more resources than us. But in the end, weren't they all surpassed by us one by one?" Speaking of this, the golden-robed man could not help but raise his head with indescribable confidence. "That's right, training in that world is indeed a good thing. However, you can't blame Chenxi for making a fuss. After all, that's her flesh and blood." The azure-robed man sighed slightly and continued, "But now is not the time for us to show ourselves. I'm sure it won't be long before they go to the 33 heavens. It won't be too late to see them then. If we give them a deep background too early, it won't be good for their growth. After all, our plan still needs my junior brother's help." "Don't worry, boss. I understand all of this. I won't let my emotions get the better of me." The golden-robed man also became serious. Speaking of the plan, his expression was also extremely serious. Following this, he thought for a moment and could not help but frown as he said to the azure-robed man, "However, recently some forces in the 33 heavens seem to be ready to make trouble. Should we go and give them a warning? No matter what, with that world's current strength, it is far from being comparable to those ancient legacies. Letting them train is a good thing, but if the pressure is too great, I'm afraid it will be counterproductive." "I've already thought of these things and made certain arrangements," the azure-robed man said. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a chuckle. He said, "However, the methods of those little fellows really are brutal. The school of legalism, the school of philosophers, and the school of vertical and horizontal have really gone down the drain this time, especially that school of vertical and horizontal. If those old fellows know that their family members went to a small world and were stripped naked and thrown out, I'm afraid they'll fly into a rage. Ha ha ha. Boss, it's fine if you don't mention it. Now that you mention it, I can't help but want to laugh. Those little fellows by that boy's side are not simple. Moreover, the way they do things is very similar to the way we did back then. The golden-robed man laughed for a while and then clicked his tongue in praise. He seemed to be very satisfied with the way those little fellows did things. When those big forces went to find them back then, they were unwilling to deal with the devil religion. They only became obedient after we beat them up. However, now that the devil god has been eliminated, they don't dare to look for trouble with us, but they definitely won't show mercy to that world. The azure-robed man said softly, "That junior brother of mine is at a critical moment now. Whether all the plans can be carried out smoothly will depend on the results this time. Perhaps we should intervene and help him." "Help?" The golden-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said hopefully, "Boss, why don't I go?" Slap. As soon as the golden-robed man finished speaking, the azure-robed man slapped the back of his head. "Boss, you hit me again." The golden-robed man was slightly annoyed, and at the same time he felt slightly wronged. He held his head and looked at the azure-robed man with dissatisfaction. "At any rate, I was already an expert whose name shook the various large worlds since ancient times. You'll be laughed at by others if you treat me like this." I'm sorry. It's a habit of many years. I'm afraid I can't change it." The azure-robed man slowly withdrew his hand with an embarrassed expression, but the ridicule in his eyes did not seem to be embarrassed at all. Humph! The golden-robed man was displeased. He turned his head away and ignored the azure-robed man. "It's not suitable for us to take action. I'll make the arrangements." When the azure-robed man saw that Xiaolong was truly angry, he tried to change the subject. "Go and pacify Chensi. Once they go to the 33 heavens, it won't be long before your family can meet again. The devil religion's calamity is over. Their world will soon make a move." "I understand." The golden-robed man nodded. "Actually, I'm very worried right now. Will our plan really succeed? The demon god's death was within our expectations, but he died at Jiangchen's hands. That's not within our control. Haha, perhaps this miscalculation will lead to a better outcome." The azure-robed man chuckled at Xiaolong's words, then changed the subject. "Jiangchen. Perhaps it's more accurate to call him by another name. Boss, you mean to say?" Xiaolong's eyes suddenly widened. Time passed by quickly. Unbeknownst to them, another few days had quietly passed. After the baptism of the great calamity, the 3 continents, Kyushu realm, had obtained a brief moment of peace. Then, another wave of excitement swept through the realm. Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaoba had taken action in Stone City of the Desolate Nation. They'd thrown out the challengers from the school of legalism, the school of philosophers, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Like a storm, the news quickly spread through the entire realm. When countless people heard the news, they couldn't help but sigh in amazement. "Holy shit, that's too fierce. They're from the upper realms. Those are experts from the upper realms. They were thrown out just like that." So what if they were thrown out? That's not all. I heard that the school of vertical and horizontal's cultivators had their cultivation sealed, stripped naked, and thrown out. Well, thrown out, but even better stripped. Just because they're from the upper realms, they dared to come here and flaunt their strength. Serves them right. The younger generation of the desolate nation is terrifying to such an extent. It's simply too terrifying, too savage. Sigh. It's a pity that the Rock Emperor isn't here anymore. Otherwise, under his leadership, we'd kill our way into the upper realms to take a look. We'd see how awesome those people are to be so arrogant. Yeah, it's a pity that the Rock Emperor passed away so young. The heavens are truly jealous of geniuses. The Rock Emperor was willing to give up his life for the sake of this realm. Those people actually dared to treat the desolate nation like that. This is intolerable. Indeed, it's intolerable. If one day I'm strong enough, I'll definitely fight my way into the upper realms and teach those people from the school of legalism, the school of philosophers, and the school of vertical and horizontal a lesson. I'll beat them up until they kowtow to the Rock Emperor and admit their mistakes. With our aptitude, it's probably impossible for us to kill our way into the upper realms. However, we're not afraid of the 3 great families in this realm. Why don't we go and beat them up first? That's a good idea. Let's go. Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me to kill those 3 great families. Bring me along, I want to go too. Let's go, I'll go too. After the initial commotion, the living beings of the 3 continents, Kyushu, and the other realms were suddenly filled with indignation. Countless people grabbed their weapons and aggressively rushed towards the school of legalism, the school of philosophers, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from the major factions with decent cultivation bases. Many of them were above the Saint Realm. If it were in the past, they would not have dared to challenge the 3 great families. However, after the Great Calamity, the 3 clans' strength was greatly reduced. There weren't many masters left in the remaining clans. This made many people muster up their courage and vow to avenge the fallen Great Rock King. While these people were on their way, the Confucian school, the school of Taoism, the school of Yin, the school of Farmer, the school of Buddhism, and the school of Moism had already received the news. They knew what had happened to the other 3 great families in the desolate nation. Sun Yufeng of the Confucian school, Qian Shuzi of the school of Taoism, Qi Xinglong of the school of Yin, Zhou Qinglian of the school of Farmer, Hu Sandao of the school of Moism, and the old monk of the school of Buddhism were all stunned for a long time. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Their lips were so wide that they wanted to stretch all the way to their ears. They were incomparably happy. When they had just arrived in this realm, they had been at odds with the 3 great families for a while. They had even wanted to beat them up as a gift to Du Xiaofu. However, when they went to the branch families of their respective races and heard that Du Xiaofu had fallen, everyone sighed and mourned for him. Presumably, the school of legalism, the school of philosophers, and the school of vertical and horizontal would not let the desolate nation off so easily after receiving the news of Du Xiaofu's death. They were still planning to go to the desolate nation as soon as possible after arranging the affairs of their respective races to prevent the 3 great families from taking the opportunity to cause trouble. However, to their surprise, just as they were about to leave, the news of the 3 great families being beaten up came. This shocked them. They had not expected the desolate nation to be so powerful. With just a few little fellows, the 3 great families had been beaten to a pulp. After listening to the explanation from the branch tribe, they found out that in the barren country, other than Du Xiaofu, who was the strongest, there was another heavenly sage and a dozen half-step heavenly sages. In this world, this kind of strength was enough to shock the world. Sun Yufeng, Qian Shuzi, Qi Xinglong, Zhou Qinglian, and Hu Sandao shook their heads and sighed bitterly. They had wanted to go and help, but it turned out that they had worried for nothing. There were so many experts in the desolate nation. Even if the 9 great families of this realm attacked together, the same tragic ending would be inevitable, let alone the 3 great families. At this moment, I really want to see the faces of Qin Yuanshan, Gong Sunquan, and Su Qixing. Especially that fat pig Su Qixing. He has lost all his face. I'm afraid after being beaten up, he will be punished by the school of vertical and horizontal when he returns to the upper realm. When I thought of this, why did my heart feel so comfortable and happy? The experts from the Confucian school, Taoist school, school of Yin, school of Farmer, and school of Moism laughed evilly. When they thought of the misfortune of the 3 great families, they felt indescribably happy. Those people had not only embarrassed themselves, they had also embarrassed the 3 great families of the upper realm. When such a thing happened to the 100 schools of thought, there would definitely be many people gloating. The three great families would definitely become the laughingstock of everyone. As for Qin Yuanshang, Gong Sun Quan, Su Qixing, and the others, they would definitely be severely punished by their respective families. In contrast, Sun Yufang, Qian Shuzi, Qi Xinglang, and the others were extremely satisfied with their branch families in this realm. Building a good relationship with the desolate nation was a wise decision. Chapter 2676. While the Confucian, Taoist, Yin Yang, and other experts rejoiced, they also sighed endlessly. It was a pity that the rock emperor Du Xiaofu had fallen. Otherwise, even if he went to the 33 heavens, there would definitely be a world for him. They all knew that Du Xiaofu had the shadow of the master of the 3,000 great worlds, and the dragon god behind him. With such a background, there would be a day when he would be able to stand at the top of the 33 heavens. Legalism. The few dozen experts who had survived the great calamity had been feeling uneasy, especially the old man called Han Song. The experts from the main clan who had descended did not wait for him to finish speaking before they all took to the skies and left to find trouble with the desolate country. They came from the outside world and did not know the ins and outs of the desolate country. However, as the branch clan of legalism in this world, they knew very well. In the desolate country, there was a large group of extremely powerful existences. Each of them was powerful enough to do as they pleased in this world. Furthermore, the little girl known as the Purple Dragon Emperor was a heavenly saint. She had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly saint realm. It would not be easy to find trouble with them. However, with the strength of Han Song and the others, it was indeed impossible to stop the experts from the main clan. All of them could only hope from the bottom of their hearts that the main clan also had a Sky Saint stage expert who could compete with the desolate country. However, there was no need to compare who was better. When it was about time, they would stop. After all, the Rock Emperor had sacrificed his life for the great calamity. He himself was also related to legalism by blood. If they fought back and forth, it would be their own people who would suffer losses. The Qin and Li family of this world's branch clans had been completely wiped out. Legalism could be considered to have settled a certain amount of enmity with the desolate country. They might as well take this opportunity to mend their relationship with the desolate country. This was not a bad deal. Han Song hoped that the experts from the upper world would be more far-sighted and not be too calculative about past gains and losses. After all, there were many extraordinary people in the desolate country. After going to the upper world, they would have their own strong backgrounds and would not be easy to deal with. However, when the news from the outside world came, Han Song and the rest of the legalism people were all stunned. They were in disbelief. The dozens of powerhouses from the upper realm were thrown out of this realm by a few little fellows just like that. This kind of result was really unimaginable. The group of the legalism people were all deeply shocked in their hearts. Originally, they were still hoping that the several dozen experts would help their school of legalism rebuild their foundations in this world and recover their past glory. No matter what, with so many experts present, even if the school of legalism would not be able to compare to a force like the desolate country in the future, it would at least reach the top in this world and be revered by countless people. At the very least, ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. At the same time, because the oath of gathering the 9 cauldrons, commanding the 9 families, had been nullified with the passing of the great calamity of the devil religion, legalism could be born again and continue to expand its influence. Who knew that such a piece of news would suddenly come and instantly crush the hopes of the remaining legalism people? If things didn't go well, the next time the master clan of the upper realm sent someone over, it was very likely that they would be punished. No matter what, it was because they did not explain clearly that those experts went to provoke the desolate country. If this was the case, they naturally could not escape the blame. If they had made things clear earlier and told them about the strength of the desolate country, those people would have seriously considered it before they set off. They would not have acted rashly. Now, they were thrown out of this world like a dead dog. Such a situation made Han Song and the others feel as if they were dead. In fact, it was not only the legalism people. The famous people and the school of vertical and horizontal people in this world were not in a good mood at this time. Hui Wu and Su Sanyan, as the most powerful people in the famous people and the school of vertical and horizontal people, were furious when they received the news from the upper world that they were going to send experts to this world. Long before the calamity, they had already sent a message to the upper world, hoping that they could send people down to pick up the disciples of the branch families in this world so that they could avoid the calamity and leave a foundation. However, not only did they not receive a reply from the upper world, but a few elders of the sage realm in Consummate tried to escape, ignoring the lives of countless disciples of the two families. In the end, they were forcefully killed by Du Xiaofu. This caused the hearts of the people from the two great clans to turn ice cold. The upper world's upper world did not care about their lives at all. The existence of the demon god made them afraid, and they did not dare to set foot in this world. Instead, after the calamity, they quickly received news from the upper world that there would be experts coming to take over the branch families in this world. Among the famous people and the school of vertical and horizontal people, many were furious, but they did not dare to say anything. No matter what, they were the branch families, and the upper world was the upper world's upper world. In the face of powerful strength, they could only submit and not dare to have the slightest doubt. Therefore, they slowly suppressed the anger in their hearts and waited for the arrival of those experts with peace of mind. However, in the end, the two families did not even see the faces of the experts of the upper world's upper world. They only received rumors from the outside world. After coming to this world, they did not even return to the branch families and ran to the desolate country. Among the famous people, Hui Wu clenched his fist and muttered. At this moment, he did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Because of the abandonment of the upper world's upper world's upper world, there was an indescribable resentment in his heart. After knowing that those experts were beaten up by the 3 children of the desolate country and thrown out of this world, he should have been able to heave a sigh of relief. However, he was unable to do so. Those people that were being oppressed were indeed experts from his famous clan. The people of the main clan had been ruthlessly abused. As a branch clan, they naturally felt that they had lost face. In fact, Su Sanyan from the School of Vertical and Horizontal had the same idea as Hui Wu. Speaking of it, the treatment of the people from the School of Vertical and Horizontal was the most miserable. Each and every one of them was a reputable figure in the upper realm, yet they were stripped naked and thrown back to the upper realm. This was such a disgrace. This encounter would be a stain that they would never be able to wash away. They would become the laughingstock of countless people. The branch families of the School of Legalism, School of Famers, and School of Vertical and Horizontal all had heavy hearts. However, before they could recover from their emotions, a large group of people suddenly rushed to the door. Beat them up. Since they dared to cause trouble in the desolate country, we need to teach them a lesson. In order to defeat the demon god, the Rock Emperor sacrificed his own life. It's only been a few months since the great calamity, and you dare to find trouble with the desolate country? Can you be any more shameless? The blade in my hand will never agree to this. Beat them up. If we don't beat them until they're afraid, they'll never know how to restrain themselves. Many living beings were on their way to the 3 main families, shouting and yelling. Gradually, they formed a strong group and rushed directly into the branches of the 3 main families. During the great calamity, the battle between the Rock Emperor and the demon god had united the hearts of many people. After his death, there were still people who dared to find trouble with the desolate country. This infuriated many living beings. After the groups rushed into the 3 main families, they began an intense smashing operation. All the buildings were quickly destroyed. The 3 main families that had just been established were instantly turned into ruins. As for the people from their own families, they did not let them go. All of them were beaten black and blue, and their faces were swollen like pigs. However, under the leadership of organized and disciplined experts, no one killed them. They only wanted to teach them a lesson so that they would remember it well. The legalism, school of famers, and school of vertical and horizontal were even more tragic. They were beaten up until they cried for their parents, and their screams shook the sky. They felt aggrieved. It was clearly those people from the upper realm who acted on their own and went to find trouble with the desolate country. What did it have to do with them? They were still feeling aggrieved, but they did not expect to be beaten up in the end. What kind of situation was this? This is what you get for being disrespectful to the Rock Emperor. If you dare offend the desolate country again, I'll beat you up again. The experts from the 3 continents and Kyushu realm finally left the 3 main families in satisfaction. Before they left, some of them left behind some harsh words. The experts from the 3 main families could only cry without tears. They could only swallow all the bitterness into their stomachs. After being beaten up by so many people, they did not even know who to look for revenge. They could not possibly declare war on all the living beings in this realm. The huge storm caused by the desolate country slowly calmed down with the passage of time. However, the popularity of this matter continued for a very long time. Many people took delight in talking about it, especially the residents of the Stone City who had personally seen the 3 little fellows in action. They were incomparably proud of it and had plenty of topics to talk about when they conversed with others. Time passed silently just like that. After the great calamity, the 3 continents and Kyushu realm once again welcomed a rare period of peace. In the desolate country, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaohuang, and the others were still guarding the ancestral shrine. In the ancestral hall behind them, in the seemingly ordinary stone coffin, a body condensed from sparkling and translucent liquid was lying quietly. It did not seem to have undergone any further changes. There was a strange, dark red brilliance circulating on the body. It was crystal clear. As time passed, the dark red brilliance also slowly began to die down. In the end, all the colors were withdrawn. That humanoid body had taken on a corporeal form. It was exactly the same as Du Xiaofu from before. However, there were still no fluctuations of life coming from Du Xiaofu's body. He was like a corpse lying in the stone coffin just like that. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others had not sensed any fluctuations from the stone coffin for a very long time. However, they were not particularly anxious. They all suppressed their impulses and waited. In reality, even if they were anxious, it was useless. They could not do anything to help. There was nothing they could do other than wait. On this day, many experts from the Confucian, Mahist, Taoist School of Agriculture and School of Yin-Yang arrived in the desolate country at the same time. Du Tingxian and Zhen Qingchen let everyone into the palace and received them well. Sun Yufang, Qian Shuzi, Hu Sandao, Qi Xinglang, and Zhou Qinglian were also very polite. They were very friendly to the people of the desolate country. These 5 branch families in this world had a good relationship with the desolate country. A few days ago, after the people from the School of Legalism, the School of Famous Scholars, and the School of Vertical and Horizontal came to cause trouble, they felt that the desolate country was extraordinary. If they went to the 33 heavens, they would definitely have a great chance of quickly growing stronger. It was better for such a friendship to continue. Unfortunately, they did not get to see the legendary 3 little fellows, nor did they get to see the little girl in the heavenly saint realm. Therefore, they felt a little regretful. The people from the 5 families did not plan to stay in the desolate country for long. They still had things to do in their branch families. However, just as they were about to leave, a huge spatial crack suddenly appeared in the clean sky. This world is getting more and more lively. Sun Yufang of the Confucian school said softly as he squinted and looked at the sky. Beside him, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, and Yi Wuming were all there. Could it be that the School of Legalism, the School of Famous Scholars, and the School of Vertical and Horizontal have sent experts down again? Qian Shuzi of the School of Taoism frowned and said, "It can't be. They suffered such a great loss. And they still have the nerve to come back and cause trouble?" Hu Sandao of the school of Moism said with his eyes wide open. His expression was somewhat serious. Although he said it could not be, he also knew that it was because of the great loss that the three families had suffered that they would not let the matter rest. If they were to send people down again at this time, they would definitely be more powerful experts. With the desolate country's current strength, it would be really dangerous if they encountered a few heavenly saints. Just as everyone's expression was solemn, there was finally some movement in the spatial crack high in the sky, for figures stepped out from it. The four of them were 2 men and 2 women. They all looked to be younger than 30 years old. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. The arrival of these 4 people did not cause a huge commotion and attract the attention of many creatures, like the arrival of the school of legalism, the school of famous scholars, and the school of vertical and horizontal. As soon as they appeared, the spatial crack slowly closed. After that, the 4 young men and women used their primordial spirits to investigate for a while, then slowly floated down from the sky and headed directly for the desolate country's imperial palace. "They're here for us." Zhen Qingchun and Du Tingxian looked at each other and said with slight surprise, "They don't seem to be from the 3 families. They don't seem to have any hostility." Du Tingxian said. He observed for a while and found that the 4 of them did not emit any overbearing aura. "They're here." Zhou Qinglian of the School of Farming was stunned for a moment. Then he muttered. Hearing that, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, and Iwuming all looked at Zhou Qinglian, who looked like a teenager. It was obvious that he recognized the 4 young men and women. "I've seen 2 of them before. Hao Ji Yuantian, an expert from the Beigong family. Why have they come to this world?" Qi Xinglong was also puzzled. He also recognized the 4 young men and women and was puzzled by their arrival. It seemed that there was no inheritance of that family in this world. Chapter 2677. Listening to the conversation between Zhou Qinglian and Qi Xinglong, Du Tingxian and the rest were even more confused. They had never heard of the Beigong family before. While the crowd was talking, the 4 people had already descended and arrived above the imperial palace. Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, Sun Yufang, Qi Xinglong, and the rest flew up to meet them. "Excuse me, is this where the Du family of the Barren Nation is?" Among the 4 young men and women, a graceful lady opened her red lips and asked. A faint smile hung on the woman's face. She was elegant and serene, giving people a comfortable feeling like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Beside her, there were 2 other men and 1 woman. They looked very friendly. "I am Du Tingxian. I am from the Du family." Du Tingxian stepped forward and cupped his hands as he said. Although he did not know the purpose of their visit, he had to be polite since they had treated him with respect. Moreover, he discovered that even with his half-step Heavenly Saint stage cultivation base, it was difficult for him to see through these people. Compared to the people from the 5 great clans who had come to visit, they were much more profound and vast. It was obvious that their strength was very high. Lin Fan was curious about such an expert. "So you are the father of the Rock Emperor." "I am Beigong Ingruo. Greetings." The graceful lady bowed to Du Tingxian and the rest. "I am Beigong Ningxuang. Greetings." Another beautiful lady beside Beigong Ingruo said. She also cupped her hands and bowed to Du Tingxian and the rest. "I am Beigong Zhangqing. I am Beigong Tianhuan." The other 2 handsome men also introduced themselves. Their expressions were amiable. "Greetings," Du Tingxian replied politely. However, he was also very confused. The moment the 4 people from the Beigong family arrived, they mentioned that they were looking for the Barren Nation and the Du family. They also knew that he was the father of the Rock Emperor. This meant that they were here for the Barren country and the Du clan. However, no one knew what their purpose was. At this moment, Sun Yufang, Qian Shuzi, Qi Xinglong, Zhou Qinglian, and Hu Sandao also stepped forward and greeted the four young men and women respectfully. So it's the seniors from the Confucian School, Taoist School, Yinyang School, School of Agriculture, and School of Moism, Beigong Ing Ruo said with a smile, and also bowed slightly towards the five people. Senior, I really don't dare to accept this. Silin Yufeng, Qian Su Zi, and the other four hurriedly waved their hands and dodged this salute. All of them knew that although the four men and women appeared young, and were perhaps much younger than the five of them, their cultivation and strength were all above them. Therefore, they didn't dare to acknowledge him as senior. May I know why you have come to my desolate country? Du Tingxian asked in confusion. Even the experts of the five great clans were extremely respectful towards this person. His origin was definitely not simple. In his heart, he was even more curious about this Beigong clan. Rock Emperor's father, let's go down and talk. Before Beigong Ing Ruo could speak, Beigong Ningxuang, who was beside her, said, This way, please. Du Tingxian stepped to the side and led the four people into the palace. At this moment, the people of the five great clans said their goodbyes to the people of the desolate country, although they also wanted to know why the people of the Beigong clan had come to the desolate country. It was not appropriate for them to ask. The few of them were also wary of that mysterious family. There were some things that were better left unknown. After Du Tingxian and Zhen Qingchen sent off the people of the five great clans, they led the four young men of the Beigong clan into a large hall in the palace. After everyone was seated, Beigong Ing Ruo did not beat around the bush. Instead, she directly stated the purpose of her trip to the desolate country. The four of us were asked by someone to help the Rock Emperor, help Xiaofu. When Du Tingxian and Zhen Qingchen heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Du Xiaofu had fallen in the battle with the demon god. They did not know what kind of state he was in, nor did they know if he would be able to recover in the end. Although everyone had strong expectations, they also knew that everything depended on the will of the heavens. However, the four people of the Beigong clan had actually said that they were here for Du Xiaofu and wanted to help him. Obviously, they also knew about Du Xiaofu's current situation. However, the strange thing was that the desolate country had always kept this information under wraps, other than a few important people. Even the disciples of the Du clan did not know about it. Everyone thought that he had really fallen. They really did not understand how these people had found out about it. When they thought of this, Du Tingxian, Yi Wuming, Zhen Qingchen, Ouying Shuang, and the others were filled with respect for the four young men and women. At the very least, the person who had asked them to come was definitely the master of terror. Pardon me for asking, but I wonder who asked you all to do this? Zhen Qingchen asked with a strange expression on his face. However, Beigong Ing Ruo and the other three young men smiled mysteriously and did not answer. When they saw their expressions, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, and the others instantly had countless thoughts. Could it be the group of people from the desolate country looked at each other and seemed to have thought of the same possibility? Their faces were filled with shock. There's no time to lose. Everyone, please take us to see the Rock Emperor's situation. Beigong Tianhuan said. Hearing this, Du Tingxian could not help but frown slightly. He appeared to be very cautious as he asked, Forgive me for offending you, but how can I trust you? There was some doubt in his words. Even Zhen Qingchen, Ouying Shuang, and the others who were at the side became nervous when they heard this. They looked at the four young men and women cautiously. Du Tingxian was not lying. In terms of cultivation, the four of them were much stronger than them. Even in this restricted world, it was difficult to see through their strength. At the very least, they were able to display the strength of a heavenly saint. In the 33 heavens, they should be outstanding figures. It could be seen from the respectful attitude of the Confucian school, School of Yinyang, and the others towards them. Logically speaking, such experts should be able to deceive them easily. The desolate country did not seem to have any interactions with these people. However, This was related to Du Xiaofu's safety. If they were led to the Du family's ancestral hall rashly, who could guarantee that these people would not do anything bad? If this was really the case, once they effected Du Xiaofu's recovery, it would be too late for everyone in the desolate country to regret it. Du Tingxian was very careful and did not easily trust these strangers. It was necessary. Among the 4 people from the Beigong family, the young man called Beigong Zhongqing smiled slyly. He seemed to have expected this situation. Just as his laughter sounded, the aura of his entire body suddenly changed. His body, which was originally incomparably calm and had no aura leaking out, suddenly erupted with a vast and vigorous aura. Bursts of green light burst out from his body and spread throughout the hall. However, it was controlled very well and did not spill out of the hall. Following this situation, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Yi Wuming, and Ouyang Shuang all felt their yuan spirits tremble. There was an indescribable fear in their hearts. That wild and deep green light emitted an incomparably vast pressure that caused one's heart to involuntarily palpitate. But at the same time, they also sensed a dense aura of life circulating around Beigong Zhongqing's body. The green light rapidly flowed and transformed. In the end, it condensed into an object and floated behind him. This is Du Tingxian, and the others gaped as they looked behind Beigong Zhongqing. The object, formed from light, felt extremely familiar. Isn't this the image of the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor from the Fang Jijia family? Ouyang Shuang blinked several times as she said in surprise. Indeed, the object that Beigong Zhongqing had condensed was exactly the same as the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor from the Fang Jijia family. It was almost tangible. Everyone couldn't be more familiar with the majestic aura and boundless vitality of the heavenly king. Just by standing in the main hall, the people of the desolate nation could not help but feel carefree. It was as if the vitality in their bodies had increased. Every inch of their muscles seemed to be alive, as if they were about to come to life. They were incomparably happy. If it weren't for the fact that the heavenly wood divine tree that Beigong Zhongqing had condensed was very different, they would have believed that the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor from the Fang Jijia family had personally come here. Is the Beigong family related to the Fang Jijia family? Zhan Qingchen couldn't help but ask as he looked at the 4 youths from the Beigong family. Perhaps they couldn't trust these strangers. But if they really did have a deep relationship with the Fang Jijia family, then they were indeed worthy of trust. Your guess is correct. The heavenly wood divine tree ancestor from the Fang Jijia family comes from my Beigong family. The arts that our family cultivates can be said to originate from him. That's why when we see him, we have to call him Senior, Heavenly wood divine tree. Strictly speaking, it wouldn't be wrong to call him Ancestor. Beigong Ingrua smiled, indicating for Beigong Zhongqing to retract the image behind him. Then she leisurely took a few steps forward and arrived next to Du Tingxuan's group. She continued, although the Fang Jijia family doesn't have a bloodline connection with our Beigong family, their abilities are all related to the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor. Thus, they can be said to be of the same family. The Fang Jijia family and the Beigong family can be said to be of the same family. The heavenly wood divine tree ancestor actually has such a background. Du Tingxuan's group was astonished. The desolate nation and the Fang Jijia family could be considered to have a deep relationship. Everyone knew about the matter between Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing. As for the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor, he had followed the ruler of the 3,000 greater worlds and the dragon god to this world. In the end, he had even suppressed the origin spirit of the demon god. He was an absolutely powerful existence. However, it was precisely because of this that the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor's strength had been greatly reduced for countless years due to the suppression of the demon god. Even during the great calamity of the devil religion, he had only recovered to the great circle of the saint realm. He had not reached the sky saint realm like Fu Yibai and the others. However, No one in the desolate nation would look down on the heavenly would divine tree ancestor of the Fong-Jijia family. Sooner or later, he would return to the peak. It was just that no one knew what kind of realm he would be in at that time. I heard that the Fong-Jijia family of this world has also produced many good seedlings. Of course, our main goal is to help the Rock Emperor, but when the time comes, we will also take a few experts with us to the extreme Jade, complete heaven. We will even return to the main family to receive the Beigong family's grooming. As for the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor, he has been heavily injured for many years. Naturally, we will invite him back to the family so that he can recover faster. Beigong Tianhuan said in a serious tone. It was not difficult for Ouyang Shuang and Zhen Qingchen to notice that whenever these youths mentioned the heavenly wood divine tree ancestor, they would be very serious and respectful. Du Tingxian incessantly nodded, becoming even more curious about the Beigong family. It seemed to be an extremely powerful faction that was not below the 100 schools of thought. In fact, it might even be more prosperous. However, he couldn't make a decision for the time being. He didn't dare to rashly ask them to help Du Xiaofu. He had his doubts. Although he didn't have absolute certainty, he still believed the words of these four. However, this matter was truly too serious. Without absolute certainty, he didn't dare to take the risk. This was because this matter concerned Du Xiaofu's life. He couldn't afford to gamble. Du Tingxian tightly knitted his brows and didn't say anything for a long time. He was clearly very hesitant. The doubts in his heart prevented him from quickly making a decision. But at the same time, he didn't want to neglect these youths. No matter what was said, they had most likely come with sincerity. If he made too much of a ruckus, it wouldn't be a good thing. Seeing this situation, Beigong Ingruo, Beigong Ningxuang, Beigong Tianhuan, and Beigong Zhangqing looked at each other and couldn't help but bitterly smile. They could naturally guess what Du Tingxian was thinking. What they didn't expect was that the people of the desolate country would be so cautious. They had already said that the heavenly would divine tree ancestor had come, but they were still unable to gain his complete trust. However, after thinking about it, they understood. After all, this matter concerned Du Xiaofu's life. They had no choice but to be cautious. Father, should we send someone to invite the heavenly would divine tree ancestor to the desolate country? Ouyang Shuang walked up and asked Du Tingxian. Although this was a little disrespectful to the four members of the Beigong family, it was indeed the most feasible method. That's not too good. Before we set off, the clan had already contacted the Fongji family. However, with the heavenly would divine tree ancestor status, as a descendant of the Beigong family, we should be the ones to invite him. Beigong Ningxuang pondered for a moment before speaking. How about this? We'll make a trip to the Fongji family first. The Rock Emperor doesn't lack a day or two. Wait for us to return, Beigong Tianhuan said straightforwardly. This was the only way to completely dispel the doubts of the people of the desolate country. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh was heard from outside the hall. Ha ha ha! No need, I'll do it myself. Before he could finish his sentence, a vast wave of energy descended and quietly filled the entire hall. Azure light flickered as large amounts of mysterious runes blossomed, illuminating the surroundings as if a new world was opening. The boundless light was like an azure sun in the sky, as if a god had descended. A figure wearing a long robe silently appeared. He was middle-aged and had long azure hair that draped over his shoulders. Behind him was an old woman. She was old, but her eyes were deep. Other than that, there were also a few other young people who appeared in the main hall. Senior Heavenly with Divine Tree. When these people appeared, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, and the others were overjoyed. The middle-aged man was none other than the Fongji family's heavenly with divine tree ancestor. The old woman behind him was Dongli Qingqing's master. Dongli Qingqing and Dongli Ruyan were among the youths, as well as a few other young experts. As for Dongli Ruashu of the Fongji family, she had died in battle several months ago. Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. Seeing the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree arrive, Beigong Ingrua, Beigong Ningxuang, Beigong Tianhuan, and Beigong Zhangqing all came forward and bowed respectfully. No need to be so courteous. The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree ancestor smiled. His body emitted light as he helped the four up. In truth, with his current strength, he was far from being able to compare to these four youths. However, when he bowed to them, he was at ease. Not bad. After so many years, the younger generation of the Beigong family is still full of heroes. Looking at the four youths of the Beigong family, the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Senior praises us too much. We don't know how many more years we need to cultivate before we can reach Senior's level. Beigong Ingrua blushed as she sincerely said, the current me is far from being able to compare to you. The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree ancestor laughed, as if he wasn't embarrassed to mention this matter in front of the younger generation. His strength was still far from recovering, so he truly couldn't compare to these youths. Ancestor, the family has instructed us to invite you back before going to the Lingu world. With the environment there, it will be of great help to your recovery. Beigong Ingrua respectfully said, Let's talk about this later. Let's do the most important thing first. The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree waved his hand. To the side, everyone from the desolate country was astonished. They couldn't help but be puzzled. Just what kind of place was the Lingu world that Beigong Ingrua spoke of? Previously, when Fui Bai had told them about the 33 heavens, all of them had been puzzled. Behind the master of the 3,000 great worlds should be the 3,000 great worlds. Why had the 33 heavens suddenly appeared? And now they heard the words Lingu world again. What kind of place was that? Why would it be of the greatest help to the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree's recovery? Could it be an extremely mystical place? For a moment, everyone was puzzled. They couldn't figure out what was going on. There are some things that you will naturally understand after going to the 33 heavens. Now is not the time to tell you. The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree ancestor looked at the expressions of Du Tingxian and the others and smiled. Right now, let's go take a look at that kid. I wonder how his recovery is going. I also received news from the higher realms. These youths are trustworthy. Chapter 2678. Du Tingxian, Ouyang Shuang, and Yi Wuming all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the Skywood Divine Tree's ancestors' words. As expected, the Beigong family's experts had not lied to them. Then I'll have to trouble you all. Please forgive me for my previous offense. Du Tingxian cupped his fists at the four of them. Their suspicions from before had indeed offended him, so they had no choice but to apologize. It's fine. Beigong Ingrua smiled leisurely. Her smile was like a blooming jade flower. They had been asked to come by someone, so they understood Du Tingxuan's caution very well. They did not mind it too much. Everyone, please. After saying that, Du Tingxian did not waste any more time and walked toward the Du family's ancestral hall. The group passed through the various palaces and arrived outside the ancestral hall. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, and the others were still sitting cross-legged outside, silently waiting. Seeing Du Tingxian lead a group of people to this place, many experts couldn't help but reveal looks of surprise. They had already sensed that someone had come to the desolate country, but they had never thought that they would come here. I presume this is the young miss of the Azure Dragon clan. Beigong Ingrua could not help being stunned for a moment when she saw little Xingxing, but then she smiled. At the same time, Beigong Ningxuang, Beigong Tianhuan, and Beigong Zhangqing were extremely respectful as they greeted little Xingxing. Facing this little girl, who only seemed to be in her teens, they still felt an indescribable sense of worship. Do you know the Azure Dragon clan? Little Xingxing asked curiously. She knew that she came from the Azure Dragon clan as the daughter of the dragon god. However, she knew nothing about the Azure Dragon clan. The old azure dragon of the dragon clan, Long Gu, had not told her much about the main clan. So now that Beigong Ingrua mentioned it, little Xingxing could not help but feel some anticipation. She had always wanted to see her parents, but she did not know just how long she would have to wait. She hoped that day would come sooner. Of course I do. Beigong Ingrua pursed her lips and said mysteriously, the relationship between the Azure Dragon clan and my Beigong clan is very deep. In the future, when you go to the 33 heavens, it shouldn't be difficult to find people from the Azure Dragon clan. Then have you seen my father and mother? Little Xingxing spoke again. There was some hope in his voice. As she spoke, her pair of incomparably firm eyes suddenly turned slightly red. It was obvious that she missed her biological parents very much. Before meeting them, she hoped to obtain some information from these people. The 4 experts of the Beigong clan were stunned at the same time. A while later, they shook their heads and bitterly smiled. With your parents' status, let alone us, even the people of the Azure Dragon clan would not be able to see them. I see. Little Xingxing looked a little disappointed, but he didn't ask again. Sister Xingxing, don't be sad. In the future, we'll accompany you to find your parents, okay? Little Qilin jumped into little Xingxing's bosom and said in a childish voice. All right. Little Xingxing smiled and put away her sorrowful expression. She rubbed little Qilin's head. Everyone around them laughed one after another, feeling happy for little Qilin's mischievous behavior. All right, it's about time to begin, said the ancestor of the Skywood Divine Tree. His gaze swept past Du Tingxian, Du Qingchen, Beigong Ingrua, and the others. If we begin now, it shouldn't affect Xiaofu, right? Zhen Qingchen looked at everyone and asked. He was worried. No one could see the specific changes in the stone coffin, so he didn't know what the situation was like. If they didn't reach the right time, it might cause irreparable harm to Du Xiaofu's awakening. No one was willing to see such a thing happen. Don't worry. Before we came, the person who entrusted us with this had already given us instructions. We can begin immediately. Beigong Ningxuang chuckled and confidently said to everyone, That's good. Du Tingxian, Yi Wuming, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, and the others all nodded. They knew very well that the person who entrusted them must have an extremely extraordinary background. It was very likely that the ruler of the 3,000 sectors had personally come forward. If they weren't confident enough, they wouldn't have said such words. They didn't delay any longer. The door of the Du family's ancestral hall was pushed open, and the group surrounded the stone coffin. Du Tingxian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He extended his hand and placed it on the stone lid of the stone coffin. Crack, crack, crack. Under the push of Du Tingxuan's invisible aura, the stone lid slowly opened and was finally pushed to the side. The scene within was also exposed to everyone. Xiaofu, big brother, father. The moment the stone lid opened, everyone couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In their line of sight, there was a young man lying flat in the stone coffin. His limbs were intact, and his chest and abdomen were intact. His body was in perfect condition, and he emitted a strong sense of strength. This change made the people of the desolate country feel inexplicably happy. One had to know that when Du Xiaofu was first placed in the stone coffin, only his head was left. Now his entire body was fully grown. Du Xiaofu's expression was very peaceful. If it wasn't for the fact that there were no signs of life from his body, everyone would have thought that he was asleep. There are still no signs of life. Du Tingxian couldn't help but feel a little sad. Although Du Xiaofu's transformation was already heaven-defying, he still hadn't woken up. We're here to revive the Rock Emperor. Of course, all of this still depends on him. We're just helping him from the side. Whether he can wake up or not depends on himself. Beigong Tianhuan said, Then I'll have to trouble you. Du Tingxian nodded and said politely. The rest of the people of the desolate country also bowed to the 4 people of the Beigong family. They all knew that Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had already dissipated, and his consciousness had been destroyed. Otherwise, with his immortal Shen body, he would have been able to recover on his own. This time, such a big change had happened in the stone coffin, and everyone was very surprised. However, it would not be easy for that body to be rejuvenated. With the help of these experts, even if it was just a strand of life, it would be of great use to Du Xiaofu. Therefore, the gratitude of the people of the desolate country came from the bottom of their hearts. "Everyone, please leave. We're about to begin," Beigong Ingrua said softly. Her delicate body turned and came to the side of the stone coffin. The other 3 people also moved and stood in 4 directions of the stone coffin. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoba, the heavenly with divine tree ancestor, and the others all retreated outside the ancestral hall to make room for the 4 people, afraid that they would disturb them. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the 4 young men and women flipped their hands, and strange handprints condensed between their fingers. Buzz! A green light bloomed like a haze and swirled around the ancestral hall. Boundless energy, fluctuations rippled out like waves, and the space seemed to be on the verge of boiling. As the 4 people finished their actions, waves of vast life aura spread out and surged in the room. However, the 4 young people's auras were intertwined with each other, forming a cycle. All of the life aura was confined to their bodies, above the stone coffin. Huff, huff, huff! Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a gust of wind, and it began to howl. With the Du family's ancestral hall as the center, invisible waves spread out in all directions. However, they didn't feel any discomfort at all in the midst of this gale. On the contrary, everyone discovered that the spiritual qi here quickly became several dozen times denser, as if it was about to condense into a substance. The spiritual qi from all over the world was madly gathering here. Even if they were standing still, they could feel their internal organs jumping with joy. Every inch of their bodies was constantly absorbing the boundless energy, and their cultivations were slowly rising. Such a horrifying method left everyone in the barren nation aghast. The strength of these for young people was too terrifying. The Beigong families with elemental profundity has been cultivated to perfection. These for young people are very extraordinary. Outside the room, the heavenly with divine tree ancestor looked at everything and couldn't help but praise. His eyes were filled with deep satisfaction as he looked at the 4 of them. He had an extraordinary relationship with the Beigong family, and he treated these young people as his own juniors. Now that he saw them use such powerful methods, he couldn't help but feel gratified. This method also comes from the heavenly with divine tree ancestor. Dongli Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered. Her and Fang Jijia's ultimate techniques all came from the heavenly with divine tree ancestor, so she could naturally see how extraordinary the methods of these for young people were with a single glance. The boundless spiritual qi fluctuations contained a torrential aura of life, as if it could revive many dead things. One could imagine that if a heavily injured person stayed in such an environment for a moment, they might really be able to quickly recover. "You must wake up." Dongli Qingqing's eyes stared at the stone coffin in the room. Her delicate fists were tightly clenched, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Beside her, Ouyang Shuang's expression was exactly the same as hers. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with eagerness and extreme desire. Endless vitality. Beigong Ingrua suddenly let out a light shout. The moment she shouted, the 4 people in the room changed their hand seals at the same time. Everyone's 10 fingers moved quickly, and strands of green aura shot out, constantly revolving around the 4 of them. Immediately after, the people outside the room felt that the spiritual qi in this area had become even denser. On the eaves, sparkling and translucent water droplets formed and dripped down. After Du Xiaoba saw it, he reached out and caught it. Then, under his surprised gaze, the water droplets quickly melted and merged into his body, turning into a wave of pure energy that was absorbed and condensed with his profound qi. The spiritual qi has solidified. It can actually reach this step. Zhen Qingchen, Yi Wuming, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were all shocked. If they were already like this outside the room, one could imagine how dense the spiritual qi was in the small space between the four of them. In fact, they were not the only ones who felt it. At this moment, waves of violent energy storms swept through the entire Kyushu land, sweeping through the sky and the ground. Rumble, the violent flow of air, caused a powerful, rumbling sound. Many people in the Kyushu land were alarmed. They all discovered that the spiritual qi in their surroundings was becoming thinner and thinner, as if it was being crazily sucked away. This could not help but make them feel incomparably shocked. This situation did not only spread to the Kyushu land. As time passed, the entire 3 continents, Kyushu, seemed to have a chain reaction, producing spatial storms. The terrifying energy was constantly being sucked away, all of it heading in one direction. How could this be? The spiritual qi has suddenly become thin. Something must have happened. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. I feel like I can't control the power in my body anymore. It's as if it's going to break out of my body. Stabilize your strength. I hope this change will pass quickly. Many creatures were panicking. Some cultivators with extremely low strength were about to lose control of their strength. It was as if there was an invisible hand robbing the celestial qi in their bodies. A simple comic book version of Martial God's World was released. Little Yu only had a few copies now, but there weren't many. After a period of time, he would bring out more. When the time came, he would organize a small event and give it to everyone. Readers, please add Little Yu's WeChat public account, YouFongYF. Remember, it's the account YouFongYF. When the time comes, Little Yu will select some readers to give the comic book, beard, and other peripheral products such as t-shirts, cups, and so on. For a moment, many people were shocked. It was as if the devil religion's calamity had arrived again. Fortunately, after a little suppression, the body slowly calmed down. However, the torrential storm of spiritual energy continued to flow in a certain direction. However, in the desolate country Stone City, all the cultivators had a completely opposite feeling. Everyone felt that the spiritual qi between heaven and earth had suddenly become abnormally dense. What a strong spiritual qi between heaven and earth. What's going on? The spiritual qi in the Stone City was originally very dense. Why did it suddenly become so dense? It's at least 100 times denser than usual. This is too terrifying. What happened? Why is there such a change? Look, it seems like all the spiritual qi is crazily gathering in the direction of the imperial palace. It must have something to do with the experts in the desolate country. The spiritual qi is coming from all directions, and it's all gathering in that direction. Could it be that some expert is about to break through again? It doesn't look like it. This battle array is a little too big. Why do you care so much? In such a dense spiritual qi, if you don't cultivate properly, you'd be letting yourself down. That's right. Recently, I felt that I'm about to break through to the martial honor realm. Why don't I use this opportunity to break through in one go? After the residents of the Stone City were shocked, they all calmed down. Many experts were excited and began to cultivate on the spot. They planned to use this opportunity to improve their cultivation. In such a scene, it was extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. It was even better than consuming some high-grade spiritual medicine. Many commoners who did not have any cultivation could even feel that they had become younger in an instant. Their vitality was even more vigorous. Heavenly would reverse soul, rebirth of life. Condense. In the Du family's ancestral hall, Bei Gong Yinruo once again let out a delicate cry. Following that, Bei Gong Ningxuang, Bei Gong Tianhuan, and Bei Gong Zhangqing moved. The four of them suddenly stopped the hand seals in their hands and put their right index and middle fingers together. A dazzling green light bloomed as they pointed at Du Xiaofu, who was in the stone coffin. Swoosh! A green vortex suddenly appeared in the open stone coffin and started to spin rapidly. The eye of the vortex was directly connected to Du Xiaofu's chest. Following that, a terrifying amount of spiritual qi, which caused one's heart to palpitate, was continuously pulled in by the vortex. It was like water being poured into Du Xiaofu's body. What a terrifying technique! What terrifying strength! The eyes of Du Tingxian, Yi Piaoling, Qing Guyu, and the others trembled violently. The strength that the four of them had displayed had all reached the heavenly saint realm. Compared to the people from the school of legalism, school of famers, and school of vertical and horizontal, who had been thrown out by Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaohuang, they were many times more powerful. Even in the current desolate country, only little Xingxing could reach such a level. At this moment, the method that the four of them used together was even more inconceivable. Patter. In the desolate country's perception, they could see that Beigong Yinruo, Beigong Ningxuang, Beigong Tianqing, and Beigong Zhangqing's foreheads were beginning to ooze beads of sweat. They flowed down their faces and fell to the ground. It was obvious that using all their strength like that was also very taxing for them. No one disturbed them. All the desolate country's experts closed their eyes and closed their breaths. They were afraid that the slightest movement would affect the four of them. As time passed, everyone could feel that Du Xiaofu's body was undergoing further changes as the terrifying energy continued to pour into him. Green light began to appear on his well-built body. Life force was fluctuating within it. With everyone's strength, they could hear the sound of blood flowing in that body. Furthermore, Du Xiaofu's chest was rising and falling, and it was beating vigorously. Such a scene immediately made the desolate country's people overjoyed. They all knew what this meant. There's vitality. Is Xiaofu going to come back to life? There's really vitality. This is unbelievable. This is great. Uncle Xiaofu is coming back to life. When will my father wake up? I want to hug him so much. Many of the desolate country's experts were extremely excited. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable excitement. However, no one said anything. They only screamed in their hearts, hoping that Du Xiaofu would wake up sooner. They were not the only ones. The ancestor of the heavenly would divine tree, Dongli Qingqing, and the old woman could not help but tremble. The people of the Fang clan were more proficient in this aspect than the desolate country's experts. They could see through the essence of it better. Chapter 2679. Time slowly passed. Beigong Yinruo, Beigong Ningxuang, Beigong Tianhuan, and Beigong Zhangqing's faces were covered in beads of sweat. The energy in their bodies was constantly circulating, condensing a vast amount of qi into Du Xiaofu's body. The four of them were doing their best. Such a consumption caused them to slowly become strenuous. You have to hold on. Although vitality has reappeared in that kid's body, it's not stable enough. If you can't hold on, all our efforts will be for naught. Sigh. Looking at the four people in the room, the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's palms were also covered in cold sweat. He was a bit nervous. He could naturally tell that the four youths' cultivations were not ordinary. However, they were greatly suppressed in this world after all. They were unable to display their full strength. At this moment, when they asked for help from Du Xiaofu, they were using their full strength. It was clearly a bit strenuous. However, there was nothing they could do about it. If it weren't for the fact that the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's strength had yet to recover, he would have gone up himself to help. Hold on. Sigh. The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor inwardly shouted. His gaze was fixed on the scene in the Du family's ancestral hall. Like the people around him, he was also incomparably nervous. Fortunately, these youths were all extraordinary people. Although a bit of fatigue appeared on their faces, their hands were still very steady. It could be seen that even in the midst of such a huge consumption, their faith was still very firm. Sigh. Suddenly, The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's eyes abruptly narrowed. He saw a strange change on Du Xiaofu's body. On his sturdy chest, a dark green light suddenly lit up. With the help of the huge energy vortex above, it continuously devoured the terrifying energy. The vast aura was rapidly absorbed by the jade green light. Then, the light quickly expanded and spread to every part of his body. A strange fluctuation spread out, and under everyone's astonished gazes, the dark green light from Du Xiaofu's body rushed out, and a mystical aura floated above the sarcophagus. Then, a plant in the shape of a grass condensed, releasing a vast and profound aura. This plant was sparkling and translucent. It was shaped like a mushroom, as if it was real. As soon as it appeared, an extremely powerful qi of life, qi, spread out in the ancestral hall. Other than that, a faint light expanded and covered Du Xiaofu's body, emitting a bright light. "It's the grass of undying mysteries!" Exclamation point. The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor couldn't help but softly the old woman and Dongli Qingqing and Dongli Qingqing and Dongli Qingqing. The grass of immortality's ultimacy was similar to the heavenly wood martial vein of the Fangji family. They both carried a strong vitality. I didn't expect that the grass of the undying grass in that boy's body would be awakened by the Beigong clan's heavenly wood reverse soul. Now, even if they didn't attack the awakened qi of life, qi could be stabilized on its own. Dongli Qingqing's master also smiled. His aged eyes were full of vigor. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, and the others were also overjoyed. Many people knew that Du Xiaofu possessed the grass of immortality, ultimacy. However, no one had expected that it would play such a huge role at this time. Not only these people, but the 4 young experts of the Beigong clan in the room were also beaming with joy. With their strength, they could naturally feel the extraordinariness of the grass of undying. It exuded in qi of life qi. It could be said that the grass of the undying grass had been cultivated to an extremely deep level, and through it, one could grasp the true meaning of the laws of life and soul. It was definitely not inferior to the Beigong clan's cultivation method. The changes in Du Xiaofu's body made the 4 young people heave a long sigh of relief. "Withdraw, Beigong!" "Beigong!" Ingrua cried out. After exchanging glances with the other 3, they all retracted their fingers, and a long breath of air was exhaled from their mouths. As their actions fell, the terrifying energy vortex above the stone coffin slowly dissipated with a woo-woo sound. A huge wave of spirit qi surged out like a spring breeze, spreading in all directions. The 4 young-looking powerhouses also closed their eyes and quietly adjusted their breathing. However, the huge grass of the undying grass still existed on Du Xiaofu's body. It emitted a gentle light that enveloped his entire body. In the senses of the many experts, primordial spirits, the blood flow in his body gradually slowed down, and he was no different from a normal cultivator. His beating heart also returned to the frequency that an ordinary person should have. The vitality of the physical body has appeared, but why hasn't the soul awakened yet? Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Du Yunlong, and the others all frowned. Looking at Du Xiaofu in the stone coffin, they were puzzled. "Don't worry. His physical body has been reconstructed in the stone coffin. It's already extremely difficult for him to regain his vitality. As for his soul awakening, I'm afraid he still needs some opportunity. However, this opportunity shouldn't be something we can interfere with. However, I think that it won't be long before this kid wakes up again." The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor smiled and said. As he spoke, he repeatedly nodded, looking at the 4 Beigong clan juniors with deep satisfaction. Du Tingxian and the others nodded. Du Xiaofu had originally been without vitality. For him to recover to this state in a few short months was truly unimaginable. Hearing the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's words, they were no longer too anxious. There would come a day when Du Xiaofu would stand in front of them once more. Hoo! Not long after, Baegong Ingrua and the other three let out a long sigh of relief at the same time and opened their eyes one after another. Senior, Senior. The four of them walked out of the ancestral hall and respectfully bowed to the Skywood divine tree ancestor. No need to be so courteous. You've worked hard, Senior. The Skywood divine tree ancestor helped them up and smiled. Many thanks for everyone's assistance. Please accept this du's bow, Senior. Du Tingxian stepped forward and deeply bowed to the four Baegong clan juniors. Many thanks, everyone. Senior. Many thanks, Uncle and Auntie. Thank you. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, and the others followed behind Du Tingxian and deeply bowed to the four of them. They were the ones who grieved the most about Du Xiaofu's death. Now that they saw his vitality reappear, they felt heartfelt gratitude to the four Baegong clan experts. No need. Thank you. Baegong Ingrua's figure flashed and supported Du Tingxian, saying, The Rock Emperor has the grass of immortality origin in his body. Even if we didn't do anything, he would have regained his vitality. You don't need to be so polite. Thank you. While she was speaking, Baegong Ningxuang, Baegong Tianhuan, and Baegong Zhangqing all moved to the side, unwilling to accept this bow. Haha, you don't need to be so polite. If we really want to talk about it, everyone can be considered to have quite a deep friendship. Huh? The forefather of the heavenly would divine tree laughed. Then he turned around to look at the stone coffin in the ancestral hall, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. This little girl is right. That kid has the grass of immortal power, Upanishad origin. It's just a matter of time before he recovers his vitality. What they have done is just to stimulate the fuse. The heavenly would divine tree ancestor was also a member of the Baegong clan. Moreover, he was an extremely ancient expert. Although his words were suspicious of erasing the four's contribution, it didn't cause any dissatisfaction from the four. It was more like an elder was politely declining on behalf of the younger generation. All right then, this dude won't be so polite with you. Please stay in my desolate country for a few more days. Let us show you some hospitality. Du Tingxian nodded and didn't say more. Then, together with Zhen Qingchen and the others, he led the four experts of the Baegong clan and the Fangji clan out of the Du family's ancestral hall. Although the four young men and the forefather of the heavenly wood divine tree had said that everybody understood that if they hadn't taken action, and Du Xiaofu only relied on the grass of immortal power, Upanishad origin in his body, without any external force, no one knew how long it would take him to reach this step. If there had been a little mistake, no one knew what the final result would have been. Therefore, the gratitude they felt towards these people was not fake at all. After Du Tingxuan's group had left, the Du family's ancestral hall resumed its tranquility. Between the heavens and the earth, although the boundless and vast spiritual qi was much denser than usual, it was no longer as grand as before. Streams of energy flowed and spread to every part of the world. In the ancestral hall, the only difference was that the stone lid of the sarcophagus was open. Above it, a giant shadow of the grass of immortality floated up and down in the air, constantly emitting the aura of life. Large amounts of green light were like waves, constantly entering Du Xiaofu's body. I don't know how long it will take for Dad to wake up. Little Qilin. The little Qilin's tender voice sounded as it looked at Du Xiaofu in the stone coffin, its eyes filled with hope. It shouldn't be too long. Little Qilin. Du Xiaohuang said from the side, also full of hope. Let's go out first and continue to guard here. The moment Dad wakes up, we'll be able to see him. Little Qilin. Little Xingxing put Du Xiaolin on his shoulder and stretched out his hands, pulling Du Xiaohuang and Du Xiaoba. Together with Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong, they walked out of the Du family's ancestral hall. The door closed silently, and everything returned to tranquility. However, Pieces of green light passed through the crack in the door, sprinkling on little Xingxing and the others. The 4 people of the Beigong clan had their strength greatly suppressed in this world, but they could still use the power of the heavenly saint realm. The huge waves they caused affected many living beings in the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents. The endless spiritual chi of the world was crazily plundered, alarming many experts. Fortunately, all of this didn't last for too long. From the beginning to the end, it was only 6 hours. However, 6 hours was enough for a lot of things to happen. This was especially so in the stone city of the barren country. Many residents had used this opportunity to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, cultivators who were originally on the verge of a breakthrough had stepped into a whole new realm in one fell swoop. Such a situation caused them to be wild with joy. At the same time, it was not difficult for many experts in other regions to discover that all these changes originated from the desolate country. For a moment, many people began to wonder if someone in the desolate country had broken through to the heavenly saint realm, causing such a huge change. The experts, who had deep ties with the desolate country, all set out, hurrying over. They wanted to hear the news as soon as possible. Very soon, the palace of the desolate country was packed with people. The golden-winged Great Pung clan, the demon realm, the Phoenix clan, the dragons, the humans of the ancient desolate continent, the Beast Alliance, the ancient heaven sect, the profound talisman sect, the Saman sword sect, and many other forces in the Kyushu realm had all sent people over to inquire about the situation. When they heard Du Tingxian and the others say that Du Xiaofu might come back to life again, the various experts opened their mouths in shock, unable to close them for a long time. All the experts in the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents felt sorry for Du Xiaofu's fall. At the same time, they were endlessly grateful to the young man. If it weren't for him, the great calamity of the devil religion would not have ended like this. Even if Jianshin had appeared at the end and killed the demon god, it was because Du Xiaofu had exhausted himself to the extreme and his strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to determine who would emerge victorious. At this moment, when they heard that Du Xiaofu might come back to life, their hearts were filled with incomparable excitement. In fact, after the great calamity had ended, many experts who had reached the consummate saint realm were preparing to leave this realm and go to a wider world to temper themselves. However, when they saw that the incomparably powerful desolate country had not made any moves, they were not in a hurry. After the experts of the 9 great clans had arrived, they had caused quite a stir. Therefore, they wanted to see if there would be more experts from the upper realm coming. As for when my grandson will wake up, I'm afraid it's hard to say. However, once he's completely recovered, he'll definitely make a trip to the outside world. Everyone, there's no need to be anxious for the time being. Since we're all creatures of this realm, we must unite as one. When the time comes, we'll go to the 33 heavens and make a name for ourselves. Yes, let's go, said Jalobatian of the golden-winged great rocks, his entire body brimming with an inexplicably domineering aura. Currently, his strength had reached the consummate saint realm, and he wasn't far from the sky sage realm. Presumably, as long as he went to the 33 heavens and lost the suppression of the world's energy, coupled with the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the greater world, it wouldn't take too long for him to break through. Senior, you're right. The ancient heaven sects, Gu Qingyang nodded. When he heard that Du Xiaofu might come back to life, his aged face seemed to instantly become 20 years younger, and he couldn't help but smile. He looked at everyone in the hall and said, "We have some understanding of the 33 heavens situation. It's not a simple place. It's filled with experts. I've heard that sage realm cultivators like us are everywhere, and everywhere is fraught with danger. Therefore, when we go to the outside world, we must unite as one. Only then will we not be bullied by the forces of the greater world." Of course. However, there's no need to be anxious about this matter. Zhen Qingchen agreed, then suddenly changed the topic. In truth, I've always been curious about Jiangqin's origins. Although the great calamity has passed for so long, this matter still leaves me puzzled. Of course, as he spoke, he turned his gaze to the 4 young experts of the Beigong clan and the Skywood divine tree ancestor. Du Tingxian had politely urged them to stay, so they'd remained in the desolate country for the past few days. Otherwise, they'd already prepared to return to bright, jade, complete heaven. When the experts of the 3 continents and Kyushu realm arrived and learned of their identities, they treated them with great respect. Although the Beigong clans for young experts looked incomparably young, they'd probably cultivated for much longer than experts like Jialo Juyu. In fact, Jialo Juyu, Sima Taxing, and the others might not even be as old as them. Moreover, their strength was already there for all to see. They were experts and experts with whom they were friends. So, of course, they'd be respected. Senior, do you know anything about zombies? Yes. When Zhen Qingchun mentioned it, many people turned their gazes to the Skywood divine, tree ancestor, and the others. They were knowledgeable and experienced in the outside world, so perhaps they knew something about zombies. Zhen Qingchun wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Many people were puzzled as well. Jiangqin's strength was too incomprehensible. Many people had heard what he'd said to the demon god during their battle. Perhaps no one else in this world can kill you, but I can. Yes, his words were filled with extreme self-confidence. In fact, he'd really done it. Even Du Xiaofu hadn't been able to kill the demon god by burning his origin laws. In the end, his soul had been devoured. It was unknown where he'd gotten his confidence from. Perhaps all of this had to do with his mysterious origins. Zombies are born from the bodies of living creatures after they die. They develop intelligence of their own, and their memories from when they were alive are obliterated. They can be considered a completely new life form. These life forms only have intelligence, but no soul, so they're filled with the aura of death. They're dead to begin with, so there's no such thing as death. That's why they've been abandoned by heaven and earth, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. They've transcended heaven and earth and are free to roam the world. Yes, the Skywood divine tree ancestor paced around the hall with his hands behind his back, pondering as he spoke. There were no weaklings present. They'd long since heard similar things, but the Skywood ancestor's words still contained a great deal of new information. They grasped the key points. Chapter 2680. Zombies are inanimate objects. They have intelligence, but no soul. The greatest difference between them and living beings is that they can't enter the cycle of reincarnation. Many people fell silent. They couldn't help but feel shocked. Everyone present knew that after many powerful creatures died, their bodies would not decay, and it would not be difficult for them to retain a trace of their soul to continue fighting. However, it was somewhat inconceivable for them to be able to develop intelligence on their own. No wonder Jiangqin didn't know who he was. So he was reborn and didn't have the memories of his previous life. Zhen Qingchun frowned. The desolate nation had a deep friendship with Jiangqin, so he knew a bit about him. However, because Jiangqin had always appeared and disappeared like a ghost and his whereabouts were unknown, he didn't know much about him. But now that he thought about it, since Jiangqin had said those words to the demon god, it was very likely that he'd remembered something from the past. Perhaps he truly knew who he was. When Jiangqin was alive, he must have been an all-powerful figure. His strength was incomparably terrifying. He should have been countless times stronger than I was at my peak. I really don't know how someone like that could have fallen in this world. Sigh. The Skywood divine tree's ancestor sighed. Although it was just a guess, he seemed to have some confidence. The others didn't react much. But the 4 youths from the Beigong clan couldn't help but tremble. Others might not know the Skywood divine tree's cultivation base at its peak, but they did. In the 33 heavens or other places, such a powerhouse was absolutely an extremely famous figure. Thus, when the Skywood divine tree sighed, the 4 youths couldn't help but feel incomparably shocked. They were also very curious about Jiangqin. Jiangqin swallowed the demon god's soul. If he could refine it, his strength would have reached an even more terrifying level. Sigh. He might have entered the 33 heavens. Du Tingxian said, a strange look in his eyes. Perhaps he also went to the 33 heavens. Perhaps we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. When the time comes, we can ask him if he's recovered his memories. Sigh. Zhan Qingchen took over the conversation and said in a low voice, that shouldn't be possible. He was reborn, and his original spirit had long been obliterated. If he wanted to regain his memories, he would have to find a part of his spirit that had dissipated. However, the world had its own order. After a living being died, they would enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reincarnated. Everything would start anew. In other words, a new life would be born. It had nothing to do with the past. The Skywood Divine Tree's ancestor said after some thought, Senior, what if he was originally a meditative forgetfulness realm expert? Beigong Ingrua stood up from her seat and said with a burning gaze, not to mention the people from the desolate country. Even the heavenly would divine tree ancestor's body couldn't help but slightly tremble after hearing this. Before Fu Yibai and the other 4 left, they had already told the experts of the desolate country about the 33 heavens. In that vast and boundless world, the strength possessed by cultivators was divided into 9 major realms. They were enlightened origin, profound insight, void returning, soul seizing, truth severing, immortal, meditative, path bearing, and formless. The lowest enlightened origin realm was equivalent to a sovereign realm expert in this world. In countless other small worlds, living beings in this realm could break through the void and enter the 33 heavens. Following that, the profound insight and void returning realms were equivalent to the domain realm and saint realm cultivators below the sky saint realm. As for the sky saint realm, it was divided into separate realms in the 33 heavens, called the soul seizing realm. If the living beings of this world wanted to enter the 33 heavens, they needed to be at the great circle of the saint realm at the very least, which was the void returning realm. All the experts in the outside world knew that of the 9 realms, the path-bearing and formless realms only existed in legends. It was impossible to know if anyone could reach those realms. In other words, the strongest living beings could see were those in the meditative realm. However, such a person was already considered the strongest when the latter 2 realms were only legends. However, such experts were rarely seen in 10,000 years. Because of their realms, not many people would easily appear in the world. However, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, and the others didn't know the exact reason. That was because Fu Yibai's group of 5 didn't tell them. They only knew that they would know everything once their cultivation reached a certain level. Coming into contact with some things too early wouldn't bring about any benefits, and might even be counterproductive. At this time, hearing Beigong Ingrua mention it, Zhen Qingchen couldn't restrain his curiosity. He couldn't help but ask the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor, Senior, what kind of realm is the meditative realm? Yes. But just as he asked, the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's answer made Zhen Qingchen completely give up. His words were exactly the same as Fu Yibai's. When the time comes to know, you will naturally know. There is no need to ask now. You only need to know that it is an extremely vast and dangerous realm. If you succeed in taking the first step, you will be able to attain the Tao-bearing realm. However, those who can succeed are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in all the worlds. As the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor spoke, he looked at Beigong Ingrua and continued, Your conjecture is not without reason. However, Jiangqin's body has only gained sentience, not broken through the meditative realm. Otherwise, how could he have lost his past memories? Clearly, his soul has already been obliterated. Otherwise, his body wouldn't possess such a dense aura of death. Beigong Ingrua gently nodded, expressing her understanding. What the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor meant was that if Jiangqin had broken through the meditative realm and lost his memories, he wouldn't have possessed such a boundless aura of death. But because his body was too powerful, immortal, and indestructible, it gradually gave birth to a new life. It was equivalent to severing his past. If Jiangqin's soul did not disperse and was found again, it was indeed possible for him to learn about the past. However, the possibility of this was very small. The original body was already dead, and a soul separated from the original body would become weaker and weaker after countless years of erosion. In the end, it would be devoured by the 6 paths of reincarnation. No matter how powerful an existence was, they would not be able to escape this calamity. After this explanation, the people from the desolate country and the experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu, and the other regions all understood. In truth, Du Tingxian, Ouying Shuang, Yi Wuming, and the others were quite curious about the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, they also knew that even if they asked, the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor would definitely not tell them, just like Fu Yibai's group of 5. As a result, no matter how many doubts they had, they could only suppress them all. The beings of our world need to be at the consummate sainthood at the very least to enter the 33 heavens. In other words, they've directly skipped the enlightened origin and profound insight realms. Even in the Returnance realm, they're peak experts. Jalo Batian couldn't help but ask as he looked at the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor and the 4 youths of the Baigong clan. He was currently at the consummate sainthood, so he wanted to know what level he would reach after entering the 33 heavens. Of course. In fact, it wasn't entirely a bad thing that this world was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. After cultivating in such an environment for many years, all beings would suddenly lose their huge shackles after going to the outside world. Their foundations would be firm, and their breakthroughs would be like a hot knife through butter. It could be said that it was harder than ascending to the heavens for a consummate sainthood in this world to break through to the sky sainthood. However, once they entered the 33 heavens, if their opportunities and comprehension were sufficient, at least 2 or 3 out of 10 people would be able to smoothly enter the seizing divinity realm. Such a powerhouse would definitely be a core powerhouse in the various major forces. The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor smiled and looked at Jalo Batian. Whoosh! The moment the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's words came out, the hall immediately went into an uproar. The information contained within was truly unbelievable. Everyone was very clear that the gap between the sky sainthood and the consummate sainthood was like a heavenly chasm. For example, the ancient desolate continent's ancient emperor of the human race, the Beast Alliance's ancient ancestor of the Divine Bird Clan, and many others had all been at consummate sainthood for many years, unable to enter the sky sainthood for their entire lives. The ancient emperor of the human race and the ancient ancestor of the Divine Bird Clan had grinded until the end of their lives. In the end, they had faked their deaths in order to remove the tumors in their respective factions, wanting to leave behind peace for their descendants after their deaths. However, it was only later that the heavenly Tao tomb disappeared and the suppression of heaven and earth was completely lifted that they were able to leave this world. I still have a chance to see Big Sister. Within the crowd, Du Shaoqing was already silently shedding tears. The ancient ancestor of the Divine Bird Clan was her sister. Before she had left, she was already nearing the end of her life. Originally, she had thought that after she and the ancient emperor of the human race left this world, everything would come to an end, a true parting of life and death. But now, after hearing the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's words, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of hope. If her sister was still alive, they would naturally have a chance to meet again. At that time, she would definitely be a sky saint powerhouse, which was also the seizing divinity realm. It wasn't just Du Shaoqing, but the previous ancient emperor of the human race's sacred temple was also extremely excited. To be able to stand out among the countless heroes of the human race, the ancient emperor's cultivation talent naturally didn't need to be mentioned. Since that was the case, perhaps there really would be a chance for them to meet again. The ancient emperor had made too many contributions to the human race. There was no better news than that he could continue to live. After the burial deathlands opened, the suppression of heaven and earth disappeared. It hasn't been too long since that happened. In this world, many beings are still rapidly advancing. It won't be long before more and more perfect saint realm experts appear in this world. At that time, there will definitely be a world for us in the 33 heavens. Among the crowd, Mu Jianqin of the Saman Sword Sect's eyes flashed with resplendent brilliance. Currently, he was also a perfect saint realm expert, but it was still far from breaking through to the Sky Saint realm. However, he was very confident that as long as he went to the 33 heavens, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough early with the help of the unique conditions there. Among the other beings in this world, there was no lack of outstanding talents. Once they went to the outside world, they would definitely be able to form a powerful force. That's true, but the great powers and inheritances that have experienced the test of time in the outside world aren't easy to deal with. Every world in the 33 heavens is much, much more vast than this world. To truly establish a foothold there and stand at the peak, I'm afraid it will take many years. Jialo Ju said softly. He wasn't pouring cold water on Mu Jianqin, but was analyzing everything objectively. Regardless of the most powerful meditative, carrier, and formless realms, there were still the truth-severing and immortal realms above the void-returning and seizing divinity realms. Presumably, there was a natural chasm between each realm, and it definitely wasn't easy to cross it. The great powers and inheritances of the upper realms had accumulated for countless years to establish an unshakable foundation and stand at the peak. If the beings of this world wanted to establish a foothold in the 33 heavens, they would have a long way to go. That's right. Among those great powers and inheritances, there are countless people with extraordinary talents. It's not like there aren't any as freakish as that brat. The suppressive force of this world can indeed allow you to forge a better foundation and stabilize your cultivation, allowing you to accumulate enough strength. However, it also restricts your progress. Among your peers, there are far too many who surpass you in cultivation. The heavenly wood divine tree's ancestor smiled again. Everyone could tell that the freakish brat he was talking about was Du Xiaofu. In this world, only his cultivation speed could be called freakish. They hadn't expected that such a terrifying young expert would exist in the 33 heavens. They couldn't help but sigh. Even though many of the people present could be considered as absolute young powerhouses in this world, when placed in the 33 heavens, it seemed that they would still face great competition. To the side, Ouyang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, and the others couldn't help but look at Beigong Ingrua, Beigong Ningxuang, Beigong Tianhuan, and Beigong Zhanqing. They wanted to know just what kind of cultivation realm these four incomparably young experts had reached. Through this, they could compare themselves to them and measure the gap between them. Following their gazes, the other experts of the 3 continents, Kyushu, and other realms couldn't help but look at them, hoping to hear a definite answer. This scene stunned the Skywood Divine Tree's ancestor and the 4 young experts. Then the Skywood Divine Tree ancestor laughed and pointed at the 4. The corner of his mouth curled up. These little fellows should be considered the strongest of the younger generation in the Beigong clan. Their realms, aren't bad. Great circle of the seizing divinity realm. I'm afraid they're not too far from the truth severing realm. They should have cultivated for 300 years. The experts of the 3 continents, Kyushu, and other realms were all shocked. These 4 young people were already at the great circle of the seizing divinity realm. They weren't much inferior to Du Xiaofu when he was receiving the worship of the world and receiving the imperial aura. After fusing with the law of lightning, Du Xiaofu had already surpassed the Sky Saint realm and reached the truth severing realm. But according to the Skywood Divine Tree ancestor, these 4 had only cultivated for 300 years. yet they had already reached such a terrifying realm. How could they not be shocked? It had to be known that Du Xiaofu had also cultivated for many years in the unsuppressed space of the Black Palace. If they really counted, Du Xiaofu's cultivation time wasn't much less than theirs. In an instant, the majority of the young people present felt the pressure double. In comparison, the gap was a bit too great. Senior, under everyone's shocked gazes, Beigong Ingrua's face quickly turned red. With a bitter smile, she said embarrassedly, "We've been cultivating for a longer time than them. In addition to the uniqueness of our world, our cultivation speed is naturally much faster. But even so, compared to the Rock Emperor, it's still too." "Ha ha ha ha!" The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor laughed again and continued. "I said that Brad is a freak and can't be compared to him. But what you said is also the truth. Our realm is too special. If we compare like this, it's a bit bullying." Sigh. Seeing the Skywood Divine Tree's ancestor sigh, the experts of the 3 continents and 9 provinces looked at each other in confusion. "Senior, is there something special about the luminous jade complete heavens?" Sigh. Dongli Qingqing's red lips parted slightly as she asked. Ever since she learned that the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor came from the Upper Realms Beigong clan, she was filled with longing for that mystical place. And this time, the ancestor had clearly said that he would take her with him. Now that he mentioned it, she couldn't help but ask. "Of course, it's not the luminous jade complete heavens." Sigh. The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's expression became serious as he said this, causing everyone to be taken aback. From what the experts from the Nong family, Mo family, and the other clans had said, wasn't the Beigong clan from the luminous jade complete heavens? How could it not be? You'll naturally know when the time comes. On this trip to the upper realm, if you're lucky enough, you'll also have the opportunity to cultivate in that realm. It will be extremely beneficial to you. Yes. The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor smiled mysteriously as he spoke to Dongli Qingqing. Then he continued, "Speaking of which, although the entire 33 heavens is a bit weaker than our realm, the difference isn't by much. Every realm in the 33 heavens is also an extraordinary place. You can also cultivate to the pinnacle there." Yes. Everyone was silent as they slowly digested the Skywood Ancestor's words. Everyone's understanding of the situation in the 33 heavens became a bit clearer, but at the same time, even more doubts rose in their hearts. Suddenly, Du Tingxian asked, "Senior, what are the 2 sovereigns, the lord of the 3,000 major realms and the dragon god?" Yes. As soon as these words came out, everyone's ears immediately perked up. To all the living beings in this world, the names of these 2 supreme powerhouses were like thunder in their ears. The demon god had been chased to this realm by them, and the devil religion's calamity had their shadows in it. I can't say. Yes. The Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor's face stiffened as he shook his head. Chapter 2681. The Skywood Divine Tree's old ancestor kept them in suspense. He didn't say anything about the cultivation bases of the 3,000 world masters and the dragon god. Although everyone was disappointed, they could tell from his expression that the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree Ancestor was well aware of their cultivation levels. The experts from the 3 continents, Kyushu Domain, the Desolate Country, and the 4 youths from the Beigong family chatted in the main hall for a long time. Only at midnight did everyone finally disperse. Afterwards, some people who were very close to Du Xiaofu followed Du Tingxian and Zhen Qingchun to the Du family's ancestral hall to take a look. The powerful fluctuations of vitality emitted from the room shocked everyone. But at the same time, they were also incomparably excited. Du Xiaofu was not only their family and friend, but after the battle with the demon god, he had also become the Rock Emperor of all living beings in this world. The vast majority of living beings were grieving over his death. Jialo Batian, Jialo Maluo, Zishuan Mu Jianqin, and the others were also incomparably heartbroken. now that they knew there was a chance for him to come back to life. How could they not be excited? If this news were to spread to the outside world, all living beings would probably be very happy. After Baigong Ingrua and the others arrived, the 5 great families bid farewell to Du Tingxian and left. If they had known that they would be able to find out about this matter immediately by staying, they would probably have thickened their skin and stayed to take a look. After many experts learned of the desolate country situation, they did not stay for long and left the country one after another. No one knew how long it would take for Du Xiaofu to finally awaken. The various great powers needed people to stand guard, and they could not keep guarding here forever. Moreover, Du Tingxian had already promised that the desolate country would definitely send someone to inform them the moment Du Xiaofu woke up. This also made everyone feel more at ease when they left. Only Zixian, Sima Muhan, Su Muxin, Little Tiger Du Xiaoqing, and a few others remained in the desolate country and did not return to their tribes. As for Dongli Qingqing, she had wanted to do the same thing as these people and wait for Du Xiaofu to wake up. However, under the persuasion of Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, and the others, he reluctantly followed the Skywood Divine Tree ancestor, the 4 youths of the Baigong clan, as well as Dongli Royun and a few other experts to the extreme Jade, complete heaven, leaving this world. Over there, they would be able to obtain even greater opportunities. It wouldn't be long before their respective strengths would be able to take another step forward. Dad, wake up quickly! Outside the Du family's ancestral shrine, the little Qilin turned its head to look at the door behind it and called out immaturely. The other experts who had come to visit had already left, leaving behind little Xingxing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, and the others. As Du Xiaofu spoke, their gazes were also eager. They hoped that Du Xiaofu would be able to push open the door and stand before them as soon as possible. Within the ancestral shrine, the huge figure of the grass of immortality released an azure light, completely enveloping Du Xiaofu's body within the stone coffin. Powerful life force fluctuations emanated from his body and continuously poured into his body. In a place where no one could see, Du Xiaofu's body had already recovered its structure in his mind. However, the Mud Pill Palace was empty. There was no soul, let alone a soul. Swish! Suddenly, a tiny bolt of lightning exploded. It seemed abnormally abrupt in the empty Mud Pill Palace. Although the lightning was tiny, it was resplendent, illuminating the entire space in his mind. The moment this bolt of lightning appeared, another 2 bolts of lightning flashed and shuttled back and forth in the Mud Pill Palace. Swish! 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 Soon, after the 2 bolts of lightning, another 4 bolts of lightning flashed and appeared. Then there were 8, 16, 32, 64 more and more tiny bolts of lightning appeared in Du Xiaofu's mind, blooming with a domineering and piercingly cold light. These bolts of lightning grew exponentially. After a short while, they formed countless tiny bolts of lightning, wreaking havoc. Countless lights flickered and flickered, as if the heavens' might was spreading and boiling. The densely packed bolts of lightning quickly formed a ball of lightning, with a terrifying aura brewing. However, all of this did not end there. After the boiling lightning filled up Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace, the number of young thunderbolts did not stop. Instead, it continued to increase at a crazy rate. The overflowing lightning power broke through the restrictions of the Mud Pill Palace and quickly spread to the rest of Du Xiaofu's body. It passed through the 8 extraordinary meridians, through the flesh and bones, through every inch of skin, and finally gathered in his dantian. Boom! Crack! A muffled thunderclap exploded, causing the shadow of the grass of immortality above the sarcophagus to sway a few times. The vast aura of life was also greatly shaken, as if it was about to collapse entirely. The people who were sitting cross-legged outside the ancestral shrine jumped 3 feet into the air at the same time. Their bodies bounced up from the ground, and they quickly pushed open the door behind them and rushed in. It's formed by the power of thunder and lightning. This is the strongest law that Xiaofu has mastered. When Du Yunlong entered the ancestral shrine, he immediately discovered this. He, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaohuang, and the others all surrounded the sarcophagus within 20 feet of it. Their eyes were filled with extreme joy. Boss has mastered the law of thunder and lightning. This thunder and lightning cannot be born out of thin air. There must be a source. Du Xiaoyao also spoke excitedly, but she seemed to be somewhat rational as she spoke of some of the fundamental reasons. Du Xiaofu's life force had already disappeared, and his law origin had been burned out. Even if the profound mysteries of the grass of immortality in his body caused his body to be rejuvenated, with his own strength, it was impossible for him to trigger the power of thunder and lightning out of thin air. Just as Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Ouyang Shuang, Sima Muhan, and the others also sensed the fluctuations of the power of thunder and quickly rushed over. They all surrounded the sarcophagus and quietly watched. There is indeed an external force. This sarcophagus has an extraordinary origin. It must be something left behind by the Du family's ancestor. Little Xingxing's eyes shone with a golden light as he spoke softly. Our ancestor surpassed the sky saint realm with the law of thunder and lightning, and merged with the law of heaven. It is not difficult for him to leave a trace of the power of thunder and lightning in this sarcophagus. With the power of thunder and lightning, I can borrow the powerful life force in my father's body to once again stimulate the might of thunder and lightning. Then I can reconstruct the thunder martial veins and even draw out the origin of the laws. This is no longer impossible. Du Xiaojing, Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, and the others all looked at each other. They all understood what little Xingxing meant. When Du Xiaofu was first placed in the sarcophagus, only his head was left. After a long time, when the sarcophagus was opened again, his body had already been completely reconstructed. All of this was probably left behind by the Du family's ancestor in the early years. Although there was still no life force in Du Xiaofu's body after such a transformation, the grass of immortality contained in his body, and with the activation of the Beigong family, it was directly revived. With the support of this powerful life force and a trace of the power of thunder and lightning, Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein was reconstructed. In this way, it would be a matter of course for him to create a brand new origin of laws. It could be said that the current Du Xiaofu was not much different from before, except that his divine soul had not been restored. When his thunder martial vein was completely reconstructed and his body was tempered, if he could stand up and fight, he would still be a sky saint realm powerhouse. If the law of thunder and lightning was perfected again, he would definitely be able to surpass the sky saint realm. In the 33 heavens, it would be the God-seizing realm. I just don't know how my brother's divine soul can be restored. Du Xiaojing frowned slightly, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes. The revival of life, the reconstruction of martial veins, and the formation of law origin was nothing. The most important thing was how Du Xiaofu's divine soul could be reconstructed. They had originally held high hopes that after Du Xiaofu's life force was restored, he would quickly awaken. But now no one dared to think that way. After the Skywood Divine Tree's ancestors' words, they knew of the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all living beings died, their souls would fall into the cycle of reincarnation. No one could reverse it. It was the most noble order of the world. Du Xiaofu's divine soul had long since dissipated along with the burning of his origin spirit during his battle with the demon god. If there were no accidents, he would have most likely fallen into the cycle of reincarnation long ago. If that was the case, then there was no hope. Even if his body was restored to its strongest state, it would only be a soulless shell. Unless he was like Jiangqin, whose body would develop intelligence and become a zombie countless years later and be reborn. But that would no longer be Du Xiaofu. It's a pity that the Skywood Divine Tree's ancestor has already left. Otherwise, with his knowledge, he would have been able to dispel some of our doubts. Ouyang Shuang said softly, Ouyang Shuang said softly. The people present had no way to discuss these issues, nor did they know what to do. Du Xiaofu had already died more than once, but the situation this time was completely different from the previous 2 times. The first time he had died, his body's vitality had been completely destroyed. Through Qi Yeshi's methods and a series of strange events, his vitality had been restored and he had been revived. That time, his soul hadn't dissipated. It could be said that after his death, a portion of his divine soul's power remained in his mind. As for the second time, a supreme existence like the Lord of the 3,000 sectors had acted to save Du Xiaofu's life. Otherwise, even 100 lives wouldn't have been enough for him to survive the demon god's attack. But this time it was different. In the battle with the god fiend, he burned the power of his primordial spirit and the origin of laws. It could be said that his divine soul was truly destroyed. Otherwise, even if there was only a sliver of his origin spirit left, with everyone's methods, they could have stabilized it and slowly strengthened it. As such, this was the source of the desolate country's worries. Without a divine soul, everything was just empty talk. I believe there shouldn't be any problems. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao spoke again. The heavenly with divine tree ancestor didn't mention this to us, so it's impossible that he hasn't thought about it. He must be confident. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. With the heavenly with divine tree ancestor's experience, it was impossible for him to miss this point. If this really was a hidden danger, he would have mentioned it long ago. Therefore, in his heart, he should also have a card up his sleeve. Uncle Little Yao is right. Otherwise, the 4 experts of the Beigong clan coming here would have been meaningless, Little Star said. She looked at Du Xiaofu in the sarcophagus, her eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor. The 4 experts of the Beigong clan said they were entrusted by someone to help Xiaofu. Although they weren't willing to reveal who it was, we all have an idea. With those two's methods, it's even more impossible for them not to have considered this. Perhaps they've already left behind some sort of method. Du Tingxian glanced at Little Star and said. His words caused the little girl's expression to become even more excited. No one present was a fool. Of course, they could guess the identity of the person entrusted to the Beigong clan. It could be said that in the 33 heavens, the only ones who had a deep connection with Du Xiaofu were the overlords of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god. Those were 2 supreme experts. Although the heavenly with divine tree ancestor was also unwilling to reveal their realms, everyone could still guess for themselves. What was a supreme expert? A meditative realm? Tao-bearing realm? Or the imageless realm? The Tao-bearing realm and the imageless realm only existed in legends. That wasn't good. At the very least, it was the meditative realm. The abilities possessed by those realms were definitely not something that the people of the desolate country could guess. Everyone, don't be anxious. I believe that those 2 existences must have made arrangements. There's no need for us to worry here. Sacred Array Child Zhen Qingchen smiled and said to the people around him, That's right. Xiaofu is a worthy person. Heaven helps him. He'll definitely be fine. Dr. Wuming nodded his head repeatedly as he spoke. Actually, after hearing what Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Du Tingxian said one after another, everyone had already heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. The overlords of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god must have already thought of this matter, since he had entrusted the Beigong clan to come here. How could he and the rest of them be anxious? In Zhen Qingchuan's words, they were worrying for nothing. Let's go first. Before this kid wakes up, we have to raise our cultivation. At the very least, when we go to the 33 heavens, we'll be able to help a little when this kid is causing trouble. The corners of Du Tingxuan's mouth curled up as he chuckled. Hearing this, the rest of the people present also laughed at the same time. Afterwards, everyone dispersed and went to find a place to cultivate. Just like before, only Little Xingxing and a few half-step heavenly saints remained. Chapter 2682. After the crowd left, the the door of the Du family ancestral hall was closed again. Chi, chi, chi! Inside the stone coffin, arcs of lightning wreaked havoc on Du Xiaofu's body, flashing with terrifying majesty and light. Above his body, the green grass of immortality was no longer affected by the power of thunder and lightning. Instead, it became increasingly bright and sparkling, delicate and glistening, releasing a hazy brilliance. Vast amounts of life force were still pouring into Du Xiaofu's body in large amounts. As the lightning on Du Xiaofu's body continued to gather, there were also surging electric lights crazily flowing in his body. The tiny electric lights intertwined with each other, condensing into a thick bolt of lightning. It shuttled rapidly through Du Xiaofu's meridians, washing his body over and over again. Gradually, the body that had been recondensed slowly became robust. After being tempered by the power of thunder and lightning, his muscles and bones had become abnormally tough. After the thick bolt of lightning had passed through Du Xiaofu's body for 108 cycles, it finally lay dormant. The light also slowly dissipated, and it quietly lay dormant. If Du Xiaofu had consciousness at this moment, he only needed to activate it slightly, and the dormant lightning would immediately erupt with an incomparably terrifying power. This was the reconstructed thunder martial vein. As time passed, on the second day, everything slowly calmed down. In the ancestral hall of the Du family, all the lightning in the stone coffin disappeared, and all of them returned from the surface of Du Xiaofu's body into his body. Furthermore, the grass of immortality's silhouette finally dimmed and dissipated from the void. The endless life force that was emitted was only left with a hazy aftershock, but it also quickly spread between heaven and earth. Only in Du Xiaofu's mind, balls of lightning were still flashing, releasing blazing light. It could be said that Du Xiaofu's current physical body had reached his peak state. As long as he woke up, all of his cultivation could be directly used as before. However, his soul had not returned, and what was lying in the stone coffin was only a body without consciousness. With such a body, without the guidance of a soul, no matter how powerful it would not be able to unleash its full potential. The other experts of the desolate country were previously worried about this. However, Zhen Qingchen said it well, they were just worried for nothing. With the Lord of the 3,000 vast worlds and the Dragon God watching over everything, there should not be any mistakes. In fact, everything was as they had expected. This was because Du Xiaofu's consciousness. It was still there, it was just that the way it existed, the way it did it. Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the others were not wrong. Du Xiaofu's soul had indeed dissipated a long time ago. In a situation where he had burned his origin source of laws and the power of his soul to fight against the demon god, including his consciousness, there was no way he could have survived. However, no one knew that in a special space, there was still a weak consciousness that was recovering, awakening, and returning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the strange space, this weak consciousness emitted extremely subtle waves, and it was many times weaker than an ant crawling on the ground. This consciousness had always been in a muddle-headed state. It did not even have the slightest idea of who it was, what it was, where it came from, or where it was going. It could not sense its own body, so it could not know what kind of existence it was. In the little consciousness it had, the only thing it could feel was that it was constantly spinning. Swoosh! Suddenly, a faint light shot over and shone on the consciousness. However, it was like a scorching sun, causing it to feel a stinging pain. It hurts. Close your eyes. This consciousness emitted little waves, expressing the feelings it had at this moment. After the pain was felt, it subconsciously wanted to close its eyes, but it realized that it did not seem to have eyes at all. What are eyes? It gradually adapted to the illumination of the strong light and could not help but have new questions. Then, more questions appeared one by one. Why can't I move? Where's my body? What is my body? What am I? Where is this? Who am I? More and more questions gathered, and on this weak wisp of consciousness, subtle fluctuations were constantly occurring. My head hurts. Under the countless doubts, this wisp of consciousness was about to explode. With its small size, it was not enough to withstand this infinitely large stream of consciousness. At any time, it could be shattered by the accumulated doubts and disappear between heaven and earth. Countless questions, endless perplexity, and endless pain. However, just as it was about to reach its limit, a wave of warmth suddenly flowed over, like a clear spring flowing into its heart, constantly nourishing this weak consciousness, causing it to slowly grow stronger. Immediately after, a domineering figure walked out from the void around it. He stood beside the weak consciousness like a god between the heavens and the earth. Descendant of my Du family, it's time to wake up. The domineering man spoke softly, an indescribable majesty exuding from between his brows. His tall and imposing figure stood there, as if this entire space existed because of him. Descendant of the Du family? What is a descendant of the Du family? That weak consciousness was once again confused, but this time because of the endless warmth enveloping it, it no longer felt unbearable because of this thought. On the contrary, it gradually adapted and began to ponder this profound question. As it continued to think, this strand of consciousness also slowly remembered many things. I am a descendant of the Du family. Yes, I am Du Xiaofu. Didn't I already die together with the demon god? I'm actually still alive. Where is this place? Could this be the underworld's reincarnation? Finally, it knew his identity and quickly recalled everything. He was Du Xiaofu, and in order to stop the demon god from killing during the great calamity of the devil religion, he had burned his origin of laws and the power of his origin spirit to fight with the demon god. In the end, he knew that the demon god had exhausted all of his vitality, and he could only be reduced to ashes without any chance of survival. However, for his family, loved ones, friends, and people to live peacefully, he was willing to die. However, why did he appear in such a space at this time, and why was there someone talking to him? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu could not help but look ahead. Over there, a tall and burly middle-aged man was standing there quietly, like a mighty god. His body was imprinted in the void, as if he existed with heaven and earth. Seeing such a figure, Du Xiaofu could not help but open his mouth. After a long while, he released a wave of spirit. Ancestor. That's right, the tall and imposing figure that merged with heaven and earth was the ancestor of the Du family, who had once merged with the heavenly Tao of a world. You're finally awake. The ancestor took a slight step forward. On his angular face, a pair of bright eyes looked at Du Xiaofu, and there was a hint of affection hidden in his majesty. The descendant of the Du family greets the ancestor. When Du Xiaofu saw this, he was about to kneel on the ground and pay respects to the ancestor. However, he suddenly realized that he did not have a body at all, and only a consciousness remained. This he could not pay respects, and Du Xiaofu was stunned for a long time. He was still alive, but his body was gone. Moreover, he could clearly feel that what he had now was not the state of a primordial spirit at all, but only a trace of a remnant spirit. In this way, it was not much different from being dead. Little fellow, there's no need to pay respects. Your current state is not good. Recover as soon as possible. Many people are still waiting for you outside. The ancestor said to Du Xiaofu kindly with a smile on his face. Ancestor, this junior is already dead. How could? Du Xiaofu asked in bewilderment. He had clearly turned into ashes, so how could there be a trace of consciousness left behind at this time? I've learned about what you've been through from your soul. You are indeed dead, but there is still hope for you to be resurrected. The ancestor looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly. Seeing that Du Xiaofu did not speak, he continued, Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. This space is the place you came to before, which is also the place where I was buried back then. Ancestors' place of burial. Could it be the tomb of the heavenly Tao? Du Xiaofu immediately understood. The place where the ancestor was buried was the deepest part of the ancient barren continent's burial ground. Later on, he had returned to the upper reaches of the river of time and witnessed everything that happened in the ancient times. It was also at that time that he learned of the ancestor's identity and the origin of the Du family's lightning vein. Oh, the tomb of the heavenly Tao. This name is somewhat appropriate. The ancestor nodded and smiled. You came here before and saw the illusion I left behind. It made you experience the great calamity of the devil religion, as if you experienced it yourself. So it was just an illusion. Was it not the power of time? Du Xiaofu was confused. His experience back then was as if he had returned to the ancient times. Everything was so real, and it did not seem like an illusion at all. He had always thought that he had truly returned to the past and experienced all the killing and resistance. You are correct. I have merged with the heavenly Tao of this world, so I can naturally manipulate the invisible laws and affect time. But to you, you did not truly return to the ancient times, so you cannot participate. You can only be a bystander. So, in the end, that was just an illusion. No one has the power to truly change the flow of time. Not even the heavenly Tao. Unless, after the ancestor's explanation, Du Xiaofu immediately understood. In the end, that experience had indeed brought him back to the ancient times. This was real, but he could only be a bystander and could not interfere with what happened back then. If that was the case, it would be more accurate to call it an illusion. Understanding was one thing, but the ancestor's last words piqued Du Xiaofu's interest. He hurriedly asked, "Unless what?" "Kid, you really are impatient." The ancestor sneered. The ancestor scolded with a smile, and then said, "When one's cultivation reaches a certain level and understands the law of time, one can indeed change a part of time. But this is only a normal method, and it cannot affect a large area. Otherwise, the order of the world will be thrown into chaos, and no one knows what will happen. The laws of time, so that's how it is." Du Xiaofu pondered, and he could not help but think of the desolate ancient dimension. He did not know who had left behind that dimension, but it could actually accelerate time by several dozen times. It was truly incomparably mysterious. Presumably, the person who had refined the desolate ancient dimension must have had an unfathomable cultivation, and their attainments in the laws of time were even more profound. Hearing the ancestor's words, Du Xiaofu felt that the ancestor was intentionally hiding something from him about that, and was unwilling to tell him. "Although I have fused with the heavenly Tao and can mobilize the power of the invisible laws, I still have to follow the order of the world. I can only let you go back and take a look and know what happened, but I cannot truly affect the entire world. It is precisely because of the method I left behind in my burial place, the tomb of the heavenly Tao that you speak of, that I was able to do all this. Moreover, your appearance here today is also my doing." The ancestor's body turned around, as if it was going to cause the entire space to rotate. It was a dazzling sight to behold. "Ancestor, this junior understands." Du Xiaofu wanted to nod, but he really did not have a body, so he could not do this action at all. He thought for a moment and said, "When this junior entered the tomb of the heavenly Tao, I believe that the ancestor used some method to leave a trace of my soul here. This way, even if I perish together with the demon god in the great calamity of the devil religion, there is still hope for my resurrection. You are indeed very clever, understanding with just a hint. However, the truth is a little different from what you think. I left a method on you when you first came here, but it was only the moment before you died that method was activated, and a strand of your soul was taken to this place." The ancestor looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. His dignified face had an amiable expression, and his eyes were full of praise. What Du Xiaofu said was not far from the truth. "So that's how it is." Du Xiaofu nodded slowly, and he could not help but feel extremely shocked by the ancestor's method. How many people in the world could do Such a terrifying divine ability. However, in the blink of an eye, the ancestor had fused with the heavenly Tao and could mobilize the invisible laws of the world. It was understandable that he had arranged all of this in advance. In fact, this was a better explanation as to why the ancestor knew what he had experienced. But, ancestor, my physical body is probably long dead. If I want to reconstruct a body, Du Xiaofu immediately said. Although he did not finish his words, his meaning was extremely obvious. Regarding this, I have also made preparations, but whether it will work or not, I can't say for sure. The ancestor nodded slightly and said, Could it be that the ancestor has also made arrangements for this matter? Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up, and he was instantly filled with hope. For his family, lovers, friends, and the countless people in the world, he was willing to die. However, if he could be reborn after the great calamity, it would be a wonderful thing. At the thought of having a chance to reunite with so many people again, he could not help but become excited. Father, mother, sister, little demon, little star, little Huang, little Lin, little Ba, tomboy, Sima Muhan, Dongli Qingqing, Yi Piaoling, little Qing, Jialo Juyu, master. One figure after another flashed past Du Xiaofu's consciousness, and endless longing surged in his heart. When I was carving the thunder martial vein for the descendants of the Du family, I also left some blood essence in that stone coffin. I think that stone coffin is still well preserved. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to open the thunder martial vein. The ancestor looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Stone coffin! Du Xiaofu was shocked and said to himself, as expected. Ever since he knew the origin of the thunder martial vein and the identity of the ancestor, he had guessed that the stone coffin stored in the ancestral temple should be related to the ancestor. He knew that the stone coffin was extraordinary. When he was young, his father would often carry him into sleep. At first, when he woke up in a daze, he would break out in a cold sweat. When he told the elders about this, he was even warned not to disrespect the ancestor because he was playful. Later on, Du Xiaofu slowly got used to waking up from the stone coffin occasionally and did not mention this to anyone. The stone coffin definitely played a huge role in the opening of the thunder martial vein in his body. Now that he heard the ancestor mention it, it turned out that he had left some blood essence inside. No wonder it was of such great help to him. That's right. With the help of that stone coffin, you should be able to successfully reconstruct your body. However, if you want to revive your life force, it should still be a little troublesome. The first ancestor said. In fact, not only was it troublesome to revive his life force, the most important thing was that someone in the Du family knew how to use the stone coffin to extract the blood essence and use it to reconstruct Du Xiaofu's body. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. No matter what, I have to go back and give it a try. I believe that Drunkard Dad and the others should be able to think of this. Du Xiaofu sighed deeply. He was extremely shocked and impressed by the ancestors' divine plan. He didn't expect that he had already thought of these things when he was in the primordial era and had left behind a series of backup plans. However, although he said that his heart was beating like a drum, everyone knew that the dead could not be revived. If Drunkard Dad and the others saw that his life force was gone, they would not have any hope at all and directly buried his remaining head. That would be really bad. Of course you have to go back and take a look. The only trace of your consciousness left here will dissipate one day. Now that I have died, I use some means to preserve a trace of my consciousness and tell you all this. After you go out, if your soul returns to its original position, then everything will be fine. Otherwise, you'll still be reduced to ashes. The ancestor looked at Du Xiaofu and said word by word. He was isolated in this space, and the moment before Du Xiaofu died, a trace of his soul was directly seized and brought to this place. No one knew what happened after that, and there was no way to determine the condition of his body. I have an immortal Shin body that has been tempered by the purple gold divine thunder. Even if I am buried, it will still be intact and will not decay in a short time. However, Even if this trace of my soul returns, if I can't mobilize my own strength, I will still face a lot of trouble. Du Xiaofu couldn't help biting his teeth, feeling a headache and worry. Go back and take a look first. You are the most outstanding descendant of my Du family. If you can be revived, I can finally rest in peace. The ancestor suddenly sighed and said with emotion. Back then he had merged with the heavenly Tao and mastered the order and rules of this world. He was restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Rather than saying that he was fair and selfless, it was better to say that he was ruthless. Although he had the ability to reach the heavens, he could not make the slightest contribution to the descendants of the Du family. It was not until the final moment when he decided to suppress the demon god that he used his supreme ability to engrave the thunder martial vein in the bloodline of the Du family, which could be considered as making up for what he owed in his heart. Ancestor, if I can be revived, you should be able to too. Du Xiaofu suddenly said in a loud voice, his heart filled with excitement. He was full of admiration for the ancestor. For the sake of the world, he gave up his ruthless body and was willing to be obliterated by the invisible laws to suppress the demon god. In fact, he didn't have to do this at all. No matter how tragic the Great Tribulation was, the heavenly Tao was still the heavenly Tao. With the existence of the heavenly Tao, this world would never truly degenerate into a demon realm. There would definitely be new, living beings born. The heavenly Tao was still supreme. Therefore, Du Xiaofu hoped that the ancestor could be like him and have a chance to be revived. In this way, not only him, but everyone in the Du family would probably be overjoyed. However, the ancestor looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a smile, "My body has long been destroyed, and my primordial spirit has also dissipated. This remaining trace of consciousness is really unable to do anything useful. You have to know that you are here because of the means I left behind before I died, not after. I'm only here to answer your questions. Not long after, I will also eventually dissipate. Doesn't that mean that the ancestor is really going to die?" Du Xiaofu could not help but feel a little sad. It was fine if he did not have any hope in his heart, but after having hope, he suddenly faced despair. This kind of emotion was really a heavy reality that was difficult to accept. Haha, little fellow, don't be sad. I had already accepted it when I suppressed the demon god. Life and death are just a dream. Now it's time for you to go back. The ancestor laughed loudly and then gently waved his sleeve. As if he had activated some hidden method, the space trembled. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's soul was wrapped in a ball of light and quickly rushed out of this space. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Du family's ancestral hall in the desolate country and entered the body in the stone coffin. Chapter 2683. Just as Du Xiaofu's spirit entered his mind, a voice rang in his ears. "Little fellow, work hard. The Du family is in your hands." The voice was ethereal, dreamlike, and illusory. It was as if the heavens were singing, but Du Xiaofu heard it clearly. At this moment, his spirit had already entered the Naiwen Palace in his mind and returned to his body. However, Du Xiaofu discovered that he could not control the movements of his body. He could not move his hands, speak, or even open his eyes. This was because the remaining strand of his spirit was too weak. It could only preserve a trace of consciousness and did not have any extra power to control his body. After the battle with the demon god, he was only left with a head. Where would his limbs come from? Fortunately, Du Xiaofu could also feel that after his spirit returned to his body, there was an extremely boundless life force that continuously gathered in his Naiwen Palace and enveloped his spirit. The boundless aura of life constantly nourished this weak, divine soul. Receiving nourishment in one's own body was more effective than any divine pill or elixir. Very quickly, the power of his spirit began to strengthen rapidly. From the initial trace of consciousness, it gradually transformed into the strength of a normal human spirit. It was also at this moment that he finally discovered that the power of his spirit could control his body. How can I recover so quickly? The life force in my body is so vast. The rapid strengthening of his spirit gave Du Xiaofu an indescribable surprise. His ancestors had already told him that they had left something behind in ancient times. However, it was unknown whether anyone could have thought of this. If after his death, his drunkard father and the others saw that there was no hope for him to survive and directly buried him, then this strand of spirit would have to face a great deal of trouble after it returned. Whether or not he could be reborn depended on the will of the heavens. However, he did not expect that not long after his spirit returned, he would receive such a boundless power. This was something that Du Xiaofu did not expect at all. This is inside the stone coffin. Du Xiaofu slowly opened his eyes. A hazy light appeared, allowing him to see everything within his line of sight. In the blink of an eye, he was certain that he was in the stone coffin. No wonder. If it wasn't for the blood essence left behind by the ancestor in the stone coffin, how could there be such a vast amount of vitality flowing into his Niwen palace? This result made Du Xiaofu very excited. It seemed that his father and the others had thought of this and hoped that he would be able to obtain a miracle in the stone coffin and be reborn. My body has been reconstructed. After a while, Du Xiaofu discovered something that surprised him even more. At this moment, not only was he inside the stone coffin, but he was also affected by the power of the essence blood within it and obtained limitless vitality. Moreover, his body had been completely reconstructed. It was not difficult to discover that the power in his body was extremely vast and vigorous. It was not much different from the strength of his physical body when he was at his peak. It was just that his soul had not recovered yet, so he was unable to use such a powerful physical strength. It seems that my drunkard father and the others also guessed that this stone coffin was extraordinary, so they let me in, hoping that I could be reborn. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. In fact, his ancestor had left his essence blood in the stone coffin in the hope that his descendants could extract it and use it to rejuvenate Du Xiaofu's vitality. However, his drunkard father had hit the mark by a stroke of luck. Putting his remaining head in the stone coffin might take a longer time than directly extracting the essence blood, but there was no difference in the effect. The heavens have not forsaken me, Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh in his heart. All of this was the will of the heavens. Otherwise, if he were to fight against the demon god, only death would await him. Apart from this, he could not help but admire his ancestors' foresight. He seemed to have calculated all of this in the ancient times and left a backup plan. This caused Du Xiaofu to be extremely puzzled. Hurry up and recover. After the pleasant surprise, Du Xiaofu did not lament too much. He closed his eyes and silently mobilized the power in his body, beginning to recover his soul. He knew that his relatives were still waiting for him outside. If they saw that he had been resurrected, they would be overjoyed. After suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Du Xiaofu slowly gathered a trace of qi and began to nourish his soul. With the current strength of his soul, he was unable to mobilize too much power. Therefore, it would take some time for him to recover to his previous peak state. In this way, Du Xiaofu devoted himself to recovery. His thunder, martial vein operated unconsciously, and waves of power entered his mind space. In addition, in the space of his mud-pill palace, thunderbolts combined to form strange patterns, as if they were interpreting some profound principles of heaven and earth. In fact, the moment Du Xiaofu's soul returned to his body, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaohuang, and the others who were sitting cross-legged outside the ancestral temple all sensed something at the same time and woke up from their cultivation. However, when they tried to capture the faint fluctuation, they found nothing. It was as if there was no trace to be found. I think this should have something to do with Boss. After everyone looked at each other for a while, Du Xiaoyao said with certainty. Hearing this, the others all turned their heads and looked at the ancestral temple door behind them, wanting to spy on something. However, what made them feel even more helpless was that Du Xiaofu's body did not undergo any more changes in the stone coffin. After the 4 experts of the Beigong family attacked, the vast sea of qi continued to circulate, and they could not sense any abnormalities at all. These people were at least half-step heavenly saints. With Du Xiaofu's current state, they could have peeked into his mind and observed. However, no one dared to do so, as no one knew what kind of effect it would have. If Du Xiaofu was at the most critical moment and was disturbed like this, it would be a great sin. Therefore, after everyone sensed the fluctuation, they did not take any action. Let's continue to wait. I'm afraid it won't be long before my father can truly wake up. Little Xingxing's eyes reflected 2 rays of golden light, like 2 beams of divine light with a strange luster. From the beginning to the end, she was the one who believed the most in Du Xiaofu's successful resurrection. This belief had never wavered in the slightest. Time flew by like quicksand. The recovery of Du Xiaofu's soul had truly taken up quite a lot of time. It had been 9 months since the end of the great calamity, until his soul returned to its original position, and then from a weak wisp of soul consciousness, it had gradually transformed into a powerful origin spirit. On this day, the sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of kilometers. The azure sky was like a smooth roll of silk, unfurling above the 9 heavens. It was noon, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. Its radiance poured down for thousands of kilometers, illuminating everything in the world. In the stone city of the desolate kingdom, the many experts in the imperial palace were the same as before. Most of them were busy with their own cultivation, wanting to reach a new level of cultivation before they went to the 33 heavens. Among the peak experts, only Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Yiwuming Morongyuo, and a few others would occasionally appear to arrange matters. Ouyang Shuang, Han Ji, Sima Muhan, Yi Zijin, Little Tiger Du, and so on were all in seclusion. Outside the ancestral shrine, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaoba continued to silently wait. All of them were in a state of neither joy nor worry. They were no longer in a hurry to hope that Du Xiaofu could awaken quickly, because this matter was indeed not something that could be resolved by being anxious. In the Kyushu domain of the 3 continents, all the living beings were busy with their own matters. They did not develop any other emotions because of the fine weather. The calamity had passed long ago, and the demon god had died. Everyone had let go of the heavy burdens on their shoulders, making everything seem so harmonious and peaceful. Probably right now, only the Rock Emperor's true resurrection still affected the hearts of many people who knew the truth. Suddenly, in the clear sky where there was not a single cloud, a thunderclap abruptly rang out. The tremendous sound was like the beating of a drum, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping together. It was a shocking sight, following which the entire sky turned dark and gloomy. The azure scenery was immediately replaced by a hazy gray. Dark clouds continued to gather, and black fog surged and fell from the sky, as if it was going to connect to the ground. A terrifying pressure instantly covered the entire 3 continents, 9 continents, and 1 world. It was such a fine day, so why did it change just like that? Many living beings could not help but become doubtful when they discovered this, but they did not think too much about it. This was because there were very few people in this world who could see everything that was happening. Even heavenly saints, like Little Xingxing, could not constantly release the power of their souls to sense the sudden changes. Many living beings without cultivation all rushed towards their residences under this situation. They felt like a storm was about to descend. Rumble! Another bolt of lightning appeared within the layers of surging dark clouds, and it shook the world. A bolt of lightning that was as thick as a mountain shuttled through the pitch-black clouds. It was like a huge dragon that was millions of meters long as it churned and twisted. It stirred up a storm that swept through the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, a boundless gust of wind blew in every corner of this realm, whistling incessantly. 10,000-year-old trees were snapped one after another. Boulders that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms flew into the air, and huge waves surged from numerous rivers. If it weren't for the fact that the many buildings in the cultivation world were supported by their own formations, they would probably have been blown into a mess of ruins by this huge gale. Along with all of this came a terrifying pressure that was so terrifying that it made people tremble. It immediately descended and suppressed the souls of every single living being. Something's wrong. Something big must be happening. At this moment, many experts with profound cultivations understood that this was definitely not a simple change in the weather. Something terrifying must have happened to be able to cause such a disturbance. It's from Father's side. Is he about to wake up? Outside the Du family's ancestral hall, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoba, and the others had already retreated far away, standing in midair. When the huge lightning dragon was formed, they had sensed that a vast aura had rushed out from the ancestral hall, pushing everyone away. The aura was extremely powerful. Even with little Xingxing's cultivation, he could not withstand the impact of the huge force. He could only watch from afar. Xiaofu! It must be Xiaofu waking up. Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchen, Yiwuming, Han Aodong, and everyone from the desolate country were alarmed. They all gathered behind little Xingxing and the others, stopping to watch. In their eyes, the Du family's ancestral hall was already wrapped in a ball of bright lightning, as if it had formed a huge lightning array barrier. Within it, there were waves of powerful fluctuations. It did not seem like the energy aura of an ordinary living being. Instead, it was close to a strange rhythm between heaven and earth. It was extremely magical. This is great. I've been waiting for this day. Yiwuming could not help but say excitedly. His slightly aged body began to tremble. The change came from the Du family's ancestral hall. It must have something to do with Du Xiaofu. They had been waiting for Du Xiaofu to wake up for 9 months. Although the more time passed, the calmer everyone's hearts became. They no longer hoped for this day to come sooner. But at this moment, when they really faced all of this, they could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Just as everyone was looking at them in shock and joy, there was a further movement in the ancestral hall. A large net that was woven from lightning bolts charged out through the roof and quickly spread high into the sky. The lightning net emitted a peerlessly overbearing aura. Thick bolts of lightning flashed as if they could destroy everything in the world. Nevertheless, when it charged out, it did not cause any damage to the Du family's ancestral hall at all. After it charged high into the sky, it kept expanding at a flying speed and became extremely huge. Soon, it enveloped the entire sky of the 3 continents and Kyushu region. Numerous thunderbolts roared and roared. It was as if 1,000 waves were collapsing at the same time, causing the entire world to begin to boil. A terrifying aura was spreading out, and an awe-inspiring pressure surged up into the sky and down into the underworld, surging in all directions. Despite that, the terrifying aura and pressure did not have much of a destructive aura. Instead, it carried a unique charm that was compatible with heaven and earth. Even if countless living beings were in this situation, even though they were trembling and did not know what was going on, they did not feel too much fear. What they could feel was boundless throbbing. They were deeply in awe of this terrifying heavenly might, and they knew how insignificant and lowly they were. What is going on? Why is there such a vast scene? This situation seems to have never happened before. It's really strange. Many living beings did not know where all of this came from, and they were extremely puzzled. No one had experienced such a scene before. It was true that they were in awe of the heavenly might, but it did not make them feel very afraid. Ordinary living beings would not know the source of all of this, but there were still many cultivators above the saint realm in this world. They were scattered all over the 3 continents and Kyushu region. The golden-winged great rocks, the phoenixes, the dragons, the demonic world, sacred demon temple, the ancient wilderness continents, sacred temple, and the beast alliance, and the Kyushu region's Seimin sword sect, the ancient heaven sect, The profound talisman sect and many other factions broke through the void and quickly rushed in the direction of the desolate country. According to the guesses of these people, there was an 80 to 90% chance that such a commotion had something to do with the great rock emperor Du Xiaofu. It was very likely that he was about to awaken. This was undoubtedly great news for everyone. Such a huge commotion. It's even bigger than the commotion caused by that guy when he surpassed the heavenly saint stage after fusing with the complete law of lightning. I wonder what kind of situation he'll cause this time. No matter what happens, at the very least, he should really be about to awaken. Let's hurry up and go take a look. All right, he's finally about to awaken. This old man has been waiting for half a year. I really wonder what kind of cultivation level he'll reach after he recovers. Will he surpass the Sky Saint realm, or will he surpass the God-sizing realm of the 33 heavens? Many living beings who knew what was going on constantly discussed. While they were excited, they were also curious about what realm Du Xiaofu could reach. After the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor and the 4 members of the Bagon clan had told them, they also knew that the Sky Saint realm of this world was the God-sizing realm. Du Xiaofu had completely fused with the laws of lightning, so as long as he wanted to, he could surpass the God-sizing realm at any time and reach the truth-severing realm. No one in this world could compare to him. Many people excitedly stepped on the road, quickly rushing toward the desolate nation. Among these people were many of Du Xiaofu's relatives and old friends. At this time, they were all moving with all their strength, swarming toward the desolate nation. That kid is really surprising. He's actually about to revive. He, the person that my girl from the school of Yinyang has taken a fancy to, is truly extraordinary. Let alone this minor world. Even in the 33 heavens, such a scene is rarely seen even once in 10,000 years. I wonder if something unexpected will happen this time. The Taoist, Confucian, Mahist farmer, and Yinyang families of the 9 great families, as well as Qian Shuzi, Sun Yufang, Husandao, Zhou Qinglian, Qi Xinglong, and the others, had directly left when the Bagon clan arrived in the desolate nation. Later on, they also learned that Du Xiaofu was about to revive. Therefore, at this time, in the face of such a huge phenomenon, these experts from the outside world were also incomparably shocked. Because of the friendship between their branch families and the desolate nation, these people did not delay. Like the other powers, they all rushed toward the desolate nation, wanting to be the first to hear the news. Chapter 2684. Above the sky of this realm, the boundless dark clouds were still surging. Thick layers of clouds descended, as if they were going to press down on the heads of all living creatures, making it difficult for them to breathe. Terrifying bolts of lightning shuttled back and forth between the layers of clouds, as if huge dragons were twisting their bodies, shaking the void until it caved in. Rumble! Vast thunder rumbled, as if countless huge dragons were roaring. Lightning could be seen flashing from time to time in various parts of the dark clouds, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The clear sky and the scorching sun hanging high in the sky had long been covered. All living creatures were alarmed by such a scene. Most people did not know why such a situation had occurred. That awe-inspiring heavenly might pressed down on everyone's hearts, making them deeply feel what reverence was. It was as if they were facing a god, making them want to prostrate and worship. Amidst the howling winds, the expected rainstorm did not descend. Furthermore, there was no trace of fear in the hearts of any of the living beings. The oppressive feeling produced by such a vast and terrifying scene did not make people feel fear or dread. Everyone was waiting quietly, waiting to see how all these changes would end. When the time came, they would know where the source of all this was. In the ancestral hall of the Du family, Du Xiaofu had already stood up from the stone coffin, floating in the room, and gently opened his eyes. There was no aura emitted from his body, and he looked very ordinary. Inside the room, the scene was the complete opposite of what he had experienced outside. It was peaceful, and there was not the slightest ripple or storm. I've finally fully recovered. Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, appearing unusually satisfied. In his mind's mud-pill palace, the remaining wisp of spirit consciousness had finally grown stronger after a few months under the nourishment of the boundless vitality in his body. From a tiny and weak spirit, it had become a powerful spirit with the ability to destroy the world. Not only that, during the process, the law imprint that was originally engraved on the spirit had been burned up during the battle with the demon god, turning into the most terrifying energy that had killed the demon god. At this time, with the help of the marks left behind in the wisp of spirit, the law imprint had also been completed. Strange patterns flickered in Du Xiaofu's mind. Among these patterns, a small area was already very complete. He knew that this was because he had integrated the complete law of lightning, causing that part of the law imprint to be completed, resulting in this situation. There were also some miraculous patterns in the universe of lightning. Some of them were, but they were still very small when compared to the part of the lightning law of lightning. My cultivation has surpassed the Sky Saint realm. This feels really good. Du Xiaofu sighed. He silently sensed the power he now possessed and became even happier. During the battle with the demon god, Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang had sacrificed themselves to help Du Xiaofu complete the law of lightning and surpass the Sky Saint realm. But at the time, Du Xiaofu hadn't been in the mood to carefully comprehend what kind of power he possessed. At the time, he'd only been thinking about what method he could use to completely kill the demon god. In the end, he'd risked his life and finally succeeded. Of course, he didn't know what had happened after his death. He didn't know that the demon god possessed an immortal body and had been resurrected, only to have his spirit devoured by Jiangqin in the end. All of this must have been arranged by the ancestor. Du Xiaofu sighed deeply. If not for the ancestor's early plans, he really would have died without a doubt. He felt somewhat sorrowful. After all, the ancestor had fallen in the primordial era and been obliterated by the formless laws. He'd only left behind a trace of consciousness to tell him a few things. It was absolutely impossible to resurrect him. Back then, the ancestor used the law of lightning to surpass the Sky Saint realm and merged with the heavenly Tao. He became the supreme ruler of this realm and stood above all living beings. What kind of existence is the heavenly Tao? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. He'd pondered this question more than once, but he'd never been able to find an answer. Now that he possessed the power to surpass the Sky Saint realm, he wondered if he could try merging with the heavenly Tao. If he could really do it, then he'd truly be invincible in this realm. However, Du Xiaofu felt somewhat repulsed. After merging with the heavenly Tao, he'd have to be bound by the formless laws of this realm and couldn't interfere with the affairs of other living beings. Otherwise, he'd face the same fate as the ancestor and be obliterated. There were too many things in his heart that he couldn't let go. He couldn't be so heartless as to possess a supreme, yet cold-blooded and emotionless body. There's no harm in prying into the heavenly Tao's existence, but I can't truly merge with it. I just want to know what kind of existence it is. Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed as he silently muttered to himself. Before entering the river of time, he'd always thought the heavenly Tao was a kind of connection between the heavens and man. It was an illusory existence that was formless, and unfathomable. However, after learning about the ancestors' matter, he'd become even more curious. What exactly did the formless laws of a realm represent? What kind of trajectory did the vast and profound laws of heaven and earth follow? All of this made Du Xiaofu's heart itch unbearably, and he wanted to know the truth. He'd originally planned to meet up with his alcoholic father, sister, and little Xingxing as soon as he recovered. But now he changed his mind and planned to do something else first. Complete laws are compatible with the laws of heaven and earth. Through this, I'll be able to trigger the supreme and profound laws. This must be the secret to merging with the heavenly Tao. As Du Xiaofu thought to himself, he moved as well. His body emitted a dazzling purple gold light as he slowly rose. Using the laws of space, he directly passed through the roof of the ancestral hall and appeared in the outside world. Xiaofu! Brother! Father! Uncle Xiaofu! Rock Emperor! As soon as he appeared, the people around the imperial palace immediately cried out in surprise. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao Ouyang Shuang, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaoba, Sima Muhan, Du Xiaojing, Yi Piaoling, and the others were all stunned. After calling out, they were speechless for quite a while. They knew that today's great disturbance must have been caused by Du Xiaofu. It was very likely that he had fully awakened and was about to reappear before them. However, at this moment, they could not help but feel indescribably shocked when they saw him float out of the ancestral hall. The young man's face was far too familiar. It could be said that over the past half a year, many experts of the desolate kingdom had been waiting for him to awaken. And now he had really appeared in front of everyone in such a shocking manner. It was impossible for everyone not to be surprised. Crackle! High up in the sky, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly blasted down, directly enveloping Du Xiaofu's body. It exploded, emitting a terrifying wave. Du Xiaofu was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning, but his body did not tremble at all. Instead, under the contrast of the lightning, he looked like a god who had descended to the mortal world. A majestic and domineering aura arose spontaneously. His body was still slowly rising. The purplish-gold light mixed with the lightning. He looked like a purplish-gold morning sun that broke through the horizon and slowly rose until it hung in the middle of the sky. At this moment, many residents and cultivators around the stone city of the desolate kingdom noticed this scene. Instantly, they were all in an uproar. Look, it's the Rock Emperor. It's the Rock Emperor, a sharp-eyed creature shouted. When he saw the face of the person shrouded in purple light, he could not help but tremble. What? Didn't the Rock Emperor fall? How can it be the Rock Emperor? Are you confused? Some people with low cultivation or no cultivation were surprised by the sudden scene, but they still could not believe the words of the people around them. Everyone knew that the Rock Emperor had fallen in the battle with the demon god. For the peace of this world, he had chosen to perish together with the demon god. The dead couldn't come back to life. As time slowly passed, many creatures slowly accepted this result. At this moment, when they heard someone say that the figure rising into the sky was the Rock Emperor, no one dared to believe it. The Rock Emperor. It's really the Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor is still alive. The Rock Emperor is still alive. He has appeared again. The Rock Emperor is not dead. He did not die in the great calamity. Many people with high cultivation bases screamed out in shock. The others could not see the situation in the distant sky, but they could see it clearly. That familiar face was without a doubt the Rock Emperor. It could not be fake. Could it be that the great Rock Emperor is still alive? This is great. The Rock Emperor has come back to life. He has been reborn and has descended into this world once again. God bless the desolate country. God bless the Rock Emperor. Those who could not see the scene in the distance finally came to a realization after hearing the narration of many experts. One person might have seen wrongly, but not everyone. Intense cheers began to erupt from the stone city and the desolate country. Countless creatures were extremely excited. They could not wait to rush into the sky and come into close contact with the Rock Emperor. At this moment, whether it was the elderly or the children who had just passed the age of ignorance, many people began to cry. Everyone's hearts trembled with excitement. They had received a great surprise. The Rock Emperor is still alive. This is great. Good. The Rock Emperor is still alive. God has eyes. The citizens of the Stone City pay respects to the Rock Emperor. The citizens of the desolate country pay respects to the Rock Emperor. Greetings to the Rock Emperor. After the excitement, a large number of people began to kneel down and kowtow to the figure high in the sky. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as tears filled their eyes. The Rock Emperor was still alive. This was a gift from the heavens. This was the good news for all living beings. At this moment, many experts from all over the 3 continents, Kyushu, including the golden-winged great rocks, the phoenixes, the dragons, the sacred demon temple, the divine hall, the beast alliance, the ancient heavenly sect, the profound talisman sect, the sky, thunder fortress, the school of Moism, the school of agriculture, the Confucian school, the school of Yin-Yang, the Taoist school, and many others, all arrived one after another and entered the desolate country. With their powerful cultivation, they could naturally see the figure in the sky above the stone city from afar. He really came back to life, my good grandson. It's good that he came back to life. I have not been worried about this matter for the past few months in vain. The grand shaman has finally come back to life. Our Confucian school is truly fortunate. As expected of the Rock Emperor. I knew it. How could you die so easily? Many experts were indescribably excited and emotional. This was because Du Xiaofu's resurrection made them extremely happy. Although they had already received news about the desolate country and knew that Du Xiaofu would once again enter the sights of all living beings, they could not help but be pleasantly surprised when they saw the day for themselves. Why can't we announce such good news to the world? In the crowd, Jalobatian laughed loudly. Then beast energy burst out from his body and mixed with his words, converging into a boundless voice that almost spread throughout the 3 continents, Kyushu. The Rock Emperor has come back to life. The Rock Emperor has come back to life. The Rock Emperor has come back to life. This voice was extremely loud, like a sudden clap of thunder, rolling in the sky and quickly rushing in all directions. He wasn't the only one. When some of the experts in the distance heard such a sound, they also followed suit. One by one, they began to shout at the top of their voices. The Rock Emperor has come back to life. The Rock Emperor has come back to life. Under the loud shouts of one expert after another, the news spread to the ears of all living beings in just a short while. This scene made Jalobatian reveal the happiest smile and laugh nonstop. Beside him, the old lady, Jalo Malyo, gave him a slight glare but did not say anything. The fact that her grandson could come back to life was already an indescribable comfort to the old lady. The Rock Emperor has come back to life? In the 3 continents, Kyushu, countless living beings were originally unaware of all this and were all immersed in the heaven and earth anomaly, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, when they suddenly heard this, they were instantly stunned. But immediately after, the entire realm was in an uproar. Countless living beings were overjoyed and overjoyed. Is this true? Has the Rock Emperor really come back to life? It must be true. Only an expert like the Rock Emperor can cause such a heaven and earth anomaly. Great. That's great. The Rock Emperor has come back to life. He's not dead. May the heavens take pity on me. I'm sure I'm not dreaming. The Rock Emperor is invincible and peerless. His achievements seize creation. The Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor. Waves of cheers erupted from the living beings. Their voices shook the 9 heavens, causing the boundless dark clouds in the sky to surge even more violently. The entire realm seemed to be breathing in joy. Even the boundless clouds that covered the entire realm could not stop this atmosphere. After the initial heated discussion, countless creatures began to shout at the top of their lungs, shouting the name of the great Rock Emperor in unison. Some of the living beings without cultivation quickly lost their voices from shouting, but they still waved their arms and jumped up and down. As for those who were strong enough to see the figure in the sky above the desolate nation, they immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves in worship to Du Xiaofu's figure. It was that young man who took the lead in fighting the demon god during the great calamity and shouldered the greatest pressure. In the end, he fought the demon god to death and perished together with it. Even if the demon god was resurrected, it would lose most of its strength. Such prostrations represented the extreme joy in their hearts. Such prostrations represented the extreme reverence they had for the Rock Emperor. Such prostrations were something that the young man who stood tall in the sky could accept. The Rock Emperor. Greetings, Rock Emperor. Greetings, Rock Emperor. The living beings who could not see Du Xiaofu's true body all prostrated themselves on the ground. Their loud shouts shook the heavens and the earth, echoing through the sky. At this moment, the belief of all living beings in the world was united once again, just like the cry of the purple-robed young man who fought the demon god during the great calamity and the mournful cry of the Rock Emperor after his death. Within the veins of the earth, surging and vast energy surged like a river, gathering in the direction of the desolate nation from all directions. This was the boundless imperial chi of the imperial palace. All of it poured into the desolate nation's imperial seal, Hegemon's shadow. Similarly, Du Xiaofu, who was slowly rising into the sky, was now filled with boundless energy. This was the support of the faith of all living beings in the world, allowing him to reach the most terrifying realm. Let's go! Let's hurry to the Stone City. This time, that brat probably won't just be resurrected. He'll probably cause an even greater commotion. In the crowd of the Ancient Heaven sect, Gu Qingyang's hair fluttered in the wind, giving off an elegant feeling of sweating. His gaze swept across the boundless dark clouds that covered the sky, then looked at the purple-robed figure standing proudly in the sky above the Stone City. It was not difficult to guess that there would be an even greater commotion this time. Otherwise, with that brat's strength, it should have been easy for him to control the phenomenon between heaven and earth, and he would not have been so ostentatious. That's right. I'm also very curious. I really want to know how far he'll go. Sima Taxing lamented. That young man, who was his junior brother and his son-in-law, had brought too many shocks to the world. However, every time he did, it made people look forward to it. Let's go. As they spoke, many experts took action and flew towards the direction of the Stone City of the desolate country. In fact, with their cultivations, even if they stood very far away, they could still clearly see Du Xiaofu's situation. However, they still wanted to take a closer look and see what kind of commotion the young man was going to cause. Let's go as well. In their respective places, the Golden-Winged Rocks, the Phoenixes, the Confucian School, the School of Agriculture, the Divine Hall, and countless other forces that had deep ties with the desolate nation all set off again, heading towards the Stone City.